Chapter 1332. Being in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings was indeed something to be proud of. After all, not every cultivator could be in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings. There were a total of 1,000 people on the Tianhua rankings. They were the elites of the younger generation on the 72 islands of the old Hua archipelago. Those in the top 100 were the prodigies of the prodigies. Thus, Li Tingxian was very proud of Fang Chen's provocation. He didn't even bother to attack. If it weren't for Fang Chen's actions in the arena, he wouldn't have bothered with Fang Chen at all. Seeing Fang Chen's confident face, Li Tingxian was very angry. "You're just showing off." As soon as Li Tingxian finished speaking, the power of the stars suddenly surged in his palm. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Dong! As he punched out, the power of the stars instantly surged out, making many cultivators below the arena feel extremely pressured. So powerful. A casual punch can be so powerful. As expected of an elite in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings. Many cultivators exclaimed when they felt the power of Li Tingxian's punch. To them, Li Tingxian was too powerful. They couldn't defeat him at all. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, Li Tingxian was just SOSO. Bang! He punched out lightly and directly hit Li Tingxian's fist. A majestic aura instantly spread out. After their fists came into contact for a short while, they both retreated. Li Tingxian steadied himself and stared at Fang Chen with narrowed eyes. He sneered and said, "I was wondering what I was." "So, you just have brute force." Li Tingxian mocked Fang Chen, but he was actually a little surprised. A martial artist at the third level of the heavenly body tier could be proud of having such power. "I can still defeat you with brute force," Fang Chen said calmly. "Then let me see what you're capable of." As soon as Li Tingxian finished speaking, the aura around him rippled as he used an ultimate technique. At this moment, Li Tingxian's aura instantly increased. In the blink of an eye, Li Tingxian's aura was comparable to a martial artist at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. Such a scene shocked everyone. However, in the face of Li Tingxian's powerful oppression, Fang Chen's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did he not defend himself, he even looked at Li Tingxian lazily. Damn it! Seeing this, Li Tingxian was enraged. Then, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his figure flickered continuously. In the blink of an eye, 9 Li Tingxians appeared on the stage at the same time, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was impossible to tell which one was the real Li Tingxian. Is this Li Tingxian's secret art? I heard that Li Tingxian's unique skill is very powerful. I wonder if that Fang Chen can withstand Li Tingxian's ultimate skill. Many warriors widened their eyes and stared at the arena. 9 identical Li Tingxian charged towards Fang Chen with a vast aura. Shadow-type true intent. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered. When the 9 Li Tingxians arrived, Fang Chen clenched his fists, gathered all the strength in his body, and punched out. Dong! Fang Chen's punch directly hit the 3rd Li Tingxian. Crack! A deafening sound resounded throughout the arena. Suddenly, Li Tingxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, the other 8 phantoms disappeared instantly. "How did you discover me?" Li Tingxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked in a deep voice. Below the arena, there was an uproar. All the martial artists were in an uproar. Where did this Fang Chen come from? He's too strong. He easily broke Li Tingxian's unique skill. No wonder he dared to challenge Li Tingxian. It turned out that he came prepared. At this moment, some warriors turned to Fang Chen. They thought that Fang Chen's strength had been underestimated, and that he might really be able to defeat Li Tingxian. On the arena, Fang Chen looked at Li Tingxian and smiled. "You think you can fool me with such little tricks?" Chimph! Li Tingxian snorted coldly. The star pagoda in his chi-si shook. He was going to use a forbidden skill to defeat this arrogant guy. "It's time to end this," Fang Chen said lazily. In the next moment, the Chaos Origin killing array appeared on the arena. Whoosh! Streams of primordial chaos killing chi shot towards Li Tingxian. Fang Chen stood quietly outside the array, looking at the battered and exhausted Li Tingxian. What? He's also a divine array master? Oh my god, he's too strong. Many warriors were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Fang Chen's attainments in the Tao of Arrays to be so tyrannical that even Li Tingxian was trapped in the array. A quarter of an hour passed amidst the crowd's discussion. Suddenly, the Chaos Origin killing array disappeared, and the battered and exhausted Li Tingxian sat down on the arena. His body was covered with blood, and his aura was a little weak. His forehead was full of sweat, and his eyes were full of anger as he stared at Fang Chen. Do you still want to fight? Fang Chen asked. In fact, he had already shown mercy to Li Tingxian. If he had really wanted to kill him, Li Tingxian would already be dead. He had no enmity with Li Tingxian. He only wanted to join the Ancient East Alliance, so there was no need to kill him. Li Tingxian looked at Fang Chen with a grumbling expression and then fell silent. Below the arena, there was a dead silence. Li Tingxian had lost. He had really lost. He had lost to a nobody. No, to be exact, from today onwards, Fang Chen had replaced Li Tingxian as the new 100th on the Tianhua rankings. All the warriors looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. A new star had risen. Li Tingxian, I have no enmity with you. I only challenged you to join the Ancient East Alliance. I have no other intentions, Fang Chen said softly. Hearing this, Li Tingxian's face twitched, but he didn't speak. Fang Chen's explanation made Li Tingxian feel a little better. Then, Li Tingxian stood up and clasped his fist at Fang Chen before leaving the arena. It was obvious that Li Tingxian was a warrior who knew when to pick up and when to let go. In fact, to be in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings, no one was stupid. Li Tingxian wasn't stupid. After the fight, he knew that he was no match for Fang Chen. Since his opponent had given him a way out, he had to give him face. After Li Tingxian left, the entire arena was in an uproar. Countless warriors were talking about Fang Chen. Fang Chen, the star of the show, quietly left the arena. He found an inn and settled down. Boss, aren't we going to the Ancient East Alliance? Little Mouse asked in a separate courtyard. I've defeated Li Tingxian and taken his place. Word of this will definitely spread to the old Eastern Alliance. It won't be long before they come looking for me. Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was as he'd expected. About an hour later, the elder of the Old China Alliance arrived. You're Fang Chen? The elder of the Old China Alliance came to Fang Chen's courtyard. I'm Fang Chen. I don't know. I'm an elder of the Old East Alliance. I've come specifically for you. Elder. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. I never would have guessed that a third-level heavenly body-tier martial artist could defeat Li Tingxian. The elder looked at Fang Chen with satisfaction. He could even lie with a smile. Many people believed that Fang Chen's defeat of Li Tingxian was due to formations. However, the Old East Alliance didn't care about such trifles. All 3,000 paths led to the same destination. Even if the Tao of formations was cultivated to the pinnacle, it would be comparable to the martial Tao. In any case, as long as one was talented and strong enough to make it into the top 100, they were qualified to join the Old East Alliance. Every one of the top 100 geniuses was met with an elder from the Old Eastern Alliance. Of course, there were some who were more arrogant and didn't want to join. Of course, the Old East Alliance wouldn't force them. You replaced Li Tingxian and became the 100th on the Tianhua ranking. Are you willing to join the Old East Alliance? The elder asked. Fang Chen didn't hesitate. He nodded. Yes. Good, very good. Come with me now, the elder of the Old China Alliance said. After a while, Fang Chen packed up and left with the elder. On the way, the elder introduced Fang Chen to the Old East Alliance. There are many factions in the Old East Alliance. Which one do you want to join? The elder asked. The Sword faction, Fang Chen said. Yes. The elder of the Old China Alliance was surprised. He thought that Fang Chen would choose to join the Formation faction. From the description of the gladiator arena, the elder could imagine that Fang Chen was at least a 4-star formation master. It was very likely that he was a 5-star formation master. With such talent, it would be a waste not to join the Formation faction. Why don't you join the formation faction? The elder asked. Fang Chen shook his head. His eyes flashed with the light of the sword Dao. I specialize in the sword Dao. The elder was even more shocked. Specialization in the sword Dao meant that the formation faction was supportive. Thinking of this, the elder turned to look at Fang Chen. Could it be that his potential in the sword Dao was greater than his mastery in the formation faction? The elder nodded. He was satisfied with Fang Chen. You are in the top 100 of the Tianhua ranking. You can become an official disciple of the Old East Alliance. Can an official disciple cultivate in the sword embryo? Fang Chen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Although he had a mission, the most important thing was to improve his strength. The sword embryo was what really attracted him. Oh, it seems you came for the sword embryo. Hearing this, the elder chuckled. In the Old East Alliance, the sword faction was the most popular. This was because the sword faction had the sword embryo, which shocked countless swordsmen. Fang Chen didn't hide his desire for the sword embryo. In fact, every year the sword faction's disciples joined for the sword embryo. Fang Chen, you have great potential. Once you join the Old East Alliance, work hard on your cultivation, the elder said earnestly. If the disciple he recruited did well in the future, he would benefit from it. I will, Fang Chen said. Chapter 1333. Hit in hand, please wait a moment, please remember. Chapter 1334. Ancient Eastern Alliance, Sword Sect. Fang Chen followed the guide elder to the Sword Sect. Fang Chen didn't know how powerful the Ancient Eastern Alliance was until he entered. Just the area it occupied was already the size of a city. It was extremely huge. There were many sects within the Ancient Eastern Alliance. However, the elder led him directly to the Sword Sect. Fang Chen could feel the thick aura of the Sword Sect. The golden heart became active, and a ruler's sword qi surged out from Fang Chen's body. The holy land of sword cultivators. Fang Chen smiled as he looked at the countless buildings in front of him. Every building was very particular, and contained the aura of the Sword Sect. Fang Chen, this is the Sword Sect. You can cultivate here from now on. As he spoke, a green-robed elder appeared. This person is an elder of your Sword Wei faction. You can call him Elder Sword. The reception elder smiled. Fang Chen nodded and clasped his hands. Elder Sword. Not bad. Being able to enter the Tianhua ranking at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier is a miracle in itself. Cultivate well. Elder Sword was very optimistic about Fang Chen. He had heard about Fang Chen not long ago. He was very happy to have such a disciple. After reaching the heavenly body tier, it was very difficult to fight above one's level. Especially when fighting 3 or 4 levels above one's level. The Ancient Eastern Alliance's mission was very clear. They placed great importance on the top 100 of the Tianhua ranking. Those who could enter the top 100 of the Tianhua ranking were not only powerful, but also had unlimited potential. So far, the Ancient Eastern Alliance had taken over 90 of the Tianhua ranking's top 100. The remaining 10 or so were independent cultivators who didn't want to join the alliance. From this, one could see the Ancient Eastern Alliance's strength. After settling Fang Chen, Elder Sword and the guide elder left. There wasn't anything important to do in the Ancient Eastern Alliance. Fang Chen decided to cultivate in seclusion. Coincidentally, he hadn't used the galaxy liquid he'd bought in Whitebone City. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Fang Chen took out the celestial river liquid. Inside the jade bottle, there was a droplet of liquid, which was the famous celestial river liquid. In the outside world, it was almost priceless. Only in Whitebone's city could one exchange for such a treasure. Fang Chen's cultivation level had been stuck at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier for a very long time. He hoped to successfully break through with the help of the galaxy liquid. The Star River liquid contains a great amount of star power, Fang Chen said to himself. He even guessed that this galaxy liquid might have been refined from the Purgatory Star River. Refining it from the Purgatory Star River isn't something an ordinary person can do. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, he collected his thoughts and opened the celestial river liquid. A drop of celestial river liquid instantly drilled into Fang Chen's body and then into his qi. Terrifying star power instantly emerged from the star river liquid and frantically drilled into the star pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the 3-story star pagoda underwent a great change. The changes of the star pagoda could be seen with the naked eye. So exaggerated. Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at the star pagoda in his qi. This was too exaggerated. In the blink of an eye, the 4-story star pagoda was about to condense. This speed was shocking. Buzz. The effect of the star river liquid was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the 3-story star pagoda became a 4-story star pagoda. Dong. The qi shook, and the star pagoda shook a little. Finally, it became much bigger. The star power contained in the 4-story star pagoda became denser. Fang Chen felt that his strength had become stronger, and his comprehension of martial arts had deepened a lot. As expected of the star river liquid. Fang Chen grinned. It was a pity that he couldn't take too much of the star river liquid. Otherwise, the effect would become worse and worse. Otherwise, Fang Chen would have exchanged his remaining 10,000 military credits for 2 portions of the star river liquid. His cultivation level had reached the 4th level, and his strength had improved a lot. With my current strength, even if I meet an 8th-rank martial artist, I should be able to defeat him easily. It wouldn't be long before his strength could reach the top of the Tianhua list, and he could even become the first among the younger generation of the Old East Alliance. Of course, Fang Chen wouldn't be too arrogant. After entering purgatory, he knew that there was always someone better than him. The universe was vast, and there were many peerless geniuses. Even on the old Hua Islands, there were a few geniuses who had broken through the extreme state. Whoosh, Fang Chen collected his thoughts and began to stabilize his realm. However, at this moment, in the Sword Principal sect, in front of a thatched hut, a young martial artist on a bluestone suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes pierced through the void and looked into the distance. There was a complicated look in his eyes. That aura just now was too familiar. The man was wearing a grey robe with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on it. Wild sword qi emerged from his body. Star river liquid. Yes, it must be the aura of the star river liquid. After thinking for a moment, the grey-robed martial artist recognized the star river liquid. Immediately, his body flashed and directly floated in the sky, and then corroded downward. After a while, he found the source of the aura of the star river liquid. Whose residence is this? The grey-robed cultivator blinked. His figure flashed and he arrived at Fang Chen's residence. Fang Chen was cultivating when suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. His aura shook the heavens. It directly awakened Fang Chen from his cultivation. Are you new here? The grey-robed martial artist looked at Fang Chen and asked. His eyes were fixed on Fang Chen, sizing him up. After coming here, he was even more convinced that this person must have the star river liquid. Fang Chen nodded and immediately stood up, ready to speak. Just then, the grey-robed martial artist flashed and came in front of Fang Chen. You have the star river liquid? The grey-robed martial artist asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback, and then looked at the grey-robed martial artist with some confusion. How about trading the star river liquid you have with me? The grey-robed martial artist asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, I only have 1 portion of the star river liquid, and I just swallowed it. Hearing this, the grey-robed martial artist frowned, slightly displeased. My name is Ouyang Zhuge. Give me some face. The grey-robed martial artist said his name, wanting to use it to intimidate Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect this person to be Ouyang Zhuge. He had seen this person on the Tianhua list. He was an elite ranked 50th on the Tianhua list, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. However, his battle prowess was comparable to an 8th level heavenly body tier elite, and he could even escape unscathed from a 9th level heavenly body tier elite. Ouyang Zhuge's name was also quite outstanding. His father's surname was Ouyang, and he was a Dao ancestor. His mother's surname was Zhuge, and she was also a Dao ancestor. Therefore, his name was Ouyang Zhuge. He had great potential. Not only was he ranked 50th on the Tianhua list, but he was also one of the best in the Sword Dao faction. I'm sorry, senior brother Ouyang. I really don't have any more Star River liquid on me, Fang Chen said, spreading his hands. Hearing this, Ouyang Zhuge's face darkened. The aura around him fluctuated, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He tried to calm his anger and looked at Fang Chen. He said in a low voice, "Brat, you're not giving me any face. Believe it or not." Fang Chen said and turned to leave. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Ouyang Zhuge's face was gloomy. Good, very good. I, Ouyang Zhuge, have never failed to get what I want, Ouyang Zhuge said. I'll let you know that if you offend me, you won't be able to do anything in the Ancient East Alliance. Then, Ouyang Zhuge turned and left. Ouyang Zhuge had a bad temper. Because he had two Dao ancestors as his parents, the disciples of the Ancient East Alliance were very respectful to him. It made him think that everyone was afraid of him. Ouyang Zhuge knew the importance of Star River liquid. It was only by chance that he had heard about the legend of Celestial River liquid. He hadn't expected to find it here. How could he let it go? In front of the thatched hut, Ouyang Zhuge sat cross-legged on a rock. Beside him were two martial artists from the Sword Principal faction. Senior brother Ouyang, why did you call us here? There's a new disciple in the Sword Dao faction. His name is Fang Chen. What I want you to do is humiliate Fang Chen by any means, Ouyang Zhuge said in a low voice. Hearing this, the two disciples nodded. At the same time, they looked at each other. It seemed that this disciple, Fang Chen, was in for a bad time. He had just entered the Sword Dao faction, and he had already offended Ouyang Zhuge. Chapter 1335. Yulong and Yulong were brothers. Both of their parents had died when they were young, so they relied on each other. As they grew older, their potential was gradually revealed. Later on, they also became extremely powerful. Because the two of them were brothers, they had a combination formation that connected their minds. When the two of them worked together, even if they faced cultivators of a higher realm, they wouldn't be afraid. Thus, Yulong and Yulong were quite famous in the Sword Dao faction. On this day, the two brothers received orders and came to Fang Chen's residence. "You're the new disciple, Fang Chen?" asked Yulong. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the two of them, not saying anything. The little mouse jumped out and put its paws on its waist. "Why are you looking for my boss? New disciples are usually in charge of us brothers. You don't even know what to do," said Yulong with a smile. Hearing that, Fang Chen laughed inside. Were the two of them trying to beat him up? Ouyang Zhuge told you to come, right? Fang Chen directly pointed it out, making Yulong and Yulong feel a bit awkward. However, Yulong immediately said, "Brat, since you know, then behave yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Fang Chen shook his head. "I don't like to bully the weak. You two can leave." Fang Chen's words completely infuriated Yulong and Yulong. "Brat, you're just a new disciple. What right do you have to be so arrogant? So what if you're in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings? We're still in the top 80. Yulong and Yulong didn't fear Fang Chen at all. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered with the two of them. He turned and sat on the ground, taking out the Sword Dao secret technique he had exchanged for in Whitebone City. "My boss doesn't want to attack you. Hurry up and scram," said the little mouse arrogantly. "Little bastard, do you have the right to speak here?" With that, Yu angrily punched at the little mouse. Whoosh! His fist landed on the little mouse's afterimage. In the next moment, the little mouse's tiny body jumped onto Yu's shoulder and bit down. Our tiger Yu let out a miserable cry as he continued to attack the little mouse. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not touch the little mouse's body. Seeing this, Yu Long attacked at lightning speed. Little mouse was forced to fall behind Fang Chen. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Yu roared as he saw the blood flowing from his shoulder. However, he was stopped by his big brother, Yulong. "Is this interesting?" Yulong stared at Fang Chen and asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen slowly stood up and looked at the two of them. "Br Ouyang Zhuge asked you to humiliate me. If you can't teach me a lesson, you won't be able to report back to your superiors." "Fine, I'll give you a chance," said Fang Chen after thinking for a moment. Don't you want to fight with me? Then fight to your heart's content. But let me say this first. I don't casually say anything. Once I do, I want to bet, continued Fang Chen. Bet with us? Yu Long sneered. The loser will take out 100 sword sources, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, Yu Long's expression changed. Even for him, 100 sword sources was not a small amount. If you lose, can you take it out? Asked Yu Hu. To be honest, Yu Long and Yu Hu were tempted. This arrogant guy actually dared to bet sword sources with them. He was really courting death. You don't have to worry about that, said Fang Chen with a wave of his hand. Are you two brothers afraid that I'll go back on my word? Hearing this, the two looked at each other and nodded. They knew that he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Sword Dao faction in the future. Okay, I'll bet with you. 100 sword sources. Yu Long stepped forward, ready to attack. I'm not betting with you, said Fang Chen with a smile. So what if I bet with you? Yu Hu sneered. However, Fang Chen still shook his head and said something that made Yu Long and Yu Hu even angrier. You two can come together, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Yu Long and Yu Hu stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes, afraid that they had misheard. What did you say? Both of us, repeated Yu Long and Yu Hu. Don't waste time. Both of you, said Fang Chen with a frown. Seeing Fang Chen's arrogant look, Yu Long and Yu Hu looked at each other and sneered. Kid, you asked for it. Boom. The two brothers unleashed their combined attack formation. Their figures intertwined continuously, making it impossible to tell which one was Yulong and which one was Yulong. Fang Chen was trapped in the middle. He could clearly sense a complicated aura coming from the two brothers. Not bad. Fang Chen nodded. The two brothers' joint attack formation was very exquisite. If it were anyone else, they might be afraid. However, he was Fang Chen. He had come out of the purgatory and had even killed the 4 holy sun. How could he be afraid of these two brothers? Kill! Yu Long roared and the two brothers used a thunderous attack. Seeing their attacks about to touch Fang Chen, the two brothers rejoiced. They were about to obtain 100 sword sources. However, a sudden change occurred. They saw Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappear. Immediately after, the two brothers felt a strong pressure. Not good, cried Yu Long. However, it was too late. 2 rays of sword light pierced towards the two brothers. Poochie. The two brothers' clothes were torn and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. This sudden change caused the hearts of the two people to tremble. Their faces were full of wry smiles. They looked at Fang Chen with awe. Do you still want to fight? Asked Fang Chen, standing with his hands behind his back. Yu Long smiled bitterly and shook his head. With a single move, he had broken the two brothers' combined attack formation and even injured them. If he had not shown mercy, the dazzling sword light would not have been as simple as piercing their clothes. Thinking of this, the two brothers felt very complicated. After struggling for a while, the two brothers got up, cupped their hands to Fang Chen, and turned to leave. Leave 100 sword sources. Fang Chen called out to the two brothers. Hearing this, the two brothers were a little embarrassed. We don't have that many sword sources on us. Wait for us to go back and get the sword sources and send them to you, said Yu Long. Okay, I'll wait for you. Fang Chen's words contained a trace of threat. Yu Long and Yu Hu left. Boss, aren't you afraid they'll trick you? Asked the little mouse. Fang Chen shook his head. No. He was very confident. He didn't care about these two brothers. Moreover, even Ouyang Zhuge might not be able to protect them. Boss, you really are sinister. The little mouse laughed mischievously. Fang Chen shook his head and did not say anything. In front of the thatched hut, on the bluestone, Ouyang Zhuge was furious after hearing the two brothers' words. What trash! The two of you together can't even defeat a new disciple, said Ouyang Zhuge. Senior brother Ouyang, that kid's strength is too abnormal, said Yu Long. Yeah, he broke our joint attack formation in one move. He's too strong. The two of us are no match for him, said Yu Hu. Ouyang Zhuge fell silent. Yu Long glanced at Ouyang Zhuge and cautiously asked, Senior brother Ouyang, are we going to hand over these 100 sword sources or not? Bang! A small stone in Ouyang Zhuge's hand directly turned to dust. Ouyang Zhuge's face was ashen, his anger burning. He clearly knows that I'm behind you, but is still so arrogant. It seems he really doesn't put me in his eyes, said Ouyang Zhuge. If I give him 100 sword sources, would he dare to take it? Yu Long and Yu Hu quickly nodded. Ouyang Zhuge's meaning was clear. They wouldn't hand over 100 sword sources. Fang Chen waited in his residence for a day, but the two of them still didn't send over any sword sources. In fact, Fang Chen had already expected this. The next day, he walked out of his residence and went to the plaza. He just so happened to run into Yu Long and Yu Hu. Where are my sword sources? Fang Chen went straight to the point. Hearing this, Yu Long and Yu Hu's expressions changed. Our sword sources were borrowed by senior brother Ouyang Zhuge. We don't have any extra right now. Once we get enough sword sources, we'll definitely send them to you, said Yu Long. Yeah, if senior brother Ouyang Zhuge wants to borrow them, we can't do anything about it, said Yu Hu. Fang Chen sneered, you didn't borrow them when you were eating, and you didn't borrow them earlier. You just had to borrow them now. Chapter 1336. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yu Long and Yu Hu's expressions changed. They wanted to say something, but stopped. I'll give you an hour. If you still don't see the sword source, you'll have to bear the consequences, said Fang Chen with a smile. His face was full of smiles, as if he was talking to someone he knew. But in Yu Long and Yu Hu's ears, it was incomparably horrifying. Fang Chen, we really don't have the sword source. Yu Long was helpless. Actually, he didn't want to provoke this new disciple. If Ouyang Zhuge hadn't told them not to hand over the sword source, they would have already done so. They would have already handed it over. Who would want to provoke such a scourge? This doesn't seem to be under my jurisdiction anymore. Fang Chen grinned and turned to leave. He left behind a helpless Yu Long and Yu Hu. Big brother, what should we do? Asked Yu Hu. If we hand over the sword source, it'll be hard to explain to senior apprentice brother Ouyang. But if we don't hand it over, he'll definitely attack us. Yu Long thought for a moment, then said, let's go find senior apprentice brother Ouyang. After that, the two of them quickly went to Ouyang Zhuge's residence. Unfortunately, Ouyang Zhuge had entered seclusion a few minutes ago, so they hadn't seen him. At this time, the two of them were finally a little anxious. What should we do? What should we do? Yu Hu anxiously paced around. Senior apprentice brother Ouyang is in seclusion. If Fang Chen comes in an hour, who'll help us block him? The two brothers were well aware of Fang Chen's strength and how powerful he was. Although he was only ranked 100 on the Tianhua ranking, his combat strength was at least in the top 80 of the Tianhua ranking. The two brothers had joined hands, and even the strongest combination formation had been unable to block Fang Chen's attack. Furthermore, he had defeated the two brothers with just one move. Such terrifying combat strength was terrifying just thinking about it. Big brother, quickly think of something, said Yu Hu anxiously as he watched time pass. Yu Long's eyes flickered, and a thought flashed in his mind. He suddenly thought of a countermeasure. Got it. Yu Long's face was full of smiles. Senior apprentice brother Ouyang is in seclusion. It won't be long before he comes out. We can just hide in the Dragon Sword Tower. Dragon Sword Pagoda. Hearing these three words, Yu Hu also laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, why didn't I think of that? The Dragon Sword Pagoda is so dangerous. As long as we hide, even Fang Chen won't be able to find us. When senior brother Ouyang comes out of seclusion, we won't have to fear him anymore. After saying that, the two brothers quickly arrived in front of the Dragon Sword Pagoda in the Sword Dao faction area. Then, he plunged into the Dragon Sword Pagoda. The Dragon Sword Pagoda was a rather famous pagoda within the Sword Dao sect. This pagoda had been created by one of the elders of the Old Eastern Alliance. It was constantly absorbing the energy of the sword. The Dragon Sword Pagoda was divided into 9 levels. It was said that only 9th level heavenly body tier cultivators could barely step into the 9th level. Of course, it was just barely. To this day, The old Eastern Alliance had quite a few outstanding disciples at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. No one was able to step into the 9th floor. Inside the Dragon Sword Pagoda, the danger was too great. The slightest carelessness could cause one to lose their life. Furthermore, only sword cultivators could challenge the tower. Many disciples who joined the Sword Dao sect didn't have the right to study the sword, so they chose to take a step back and enter the Dragon Sword Pagoda to cultivate. The two brothers, Yu Long and Yu Hu, used a combination formation to quickly reach the 7th level of the Dragon Sword Pagoda. This was already their limit. If they wanted to go any further, it would be too difficult. Big brother, you're so smart. On the 7th level, us two brothers used a combination formation and barely managed to hold on. I think that Fang Chen wouldn't dare come up here, Yu Hu said with a grin. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Fang Chen calculated the time. It was almost time. His eyes looked out of his room, a trace of helplessness on his face. It looks like you've chosen Ouyang Zhuge in the end. Fang Chen said softly, then got up and returned to the square. Before long, Fang Chen had found out where Yu Long and Yu Hu had gone. Hiding in the Dragon Sword Pagoda? Fang Chen was taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he walked straight towards the Dragon Sword Tower. The Sword Dao sect's territory was vast. It took a long time to reach the Dragon Sword Pagoda. In front of the pagoda was a square. This square was special, and the Dragon Sword Pagoda stood in the middle of it. It was said that at the base of the pagoda there was a passage to the sword embryo. It could absorb the sword energy within and strengthen the pagoda. So long as the sword embryo existed, the pagoda's power would never be weakened. After a few days in the ancient East, Fang Chen had learned a great deal. He had some understanding of the Dragon Sword Pagoda. What a strange sword energy. Fang Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the sword energy around the Dragon Sword Pagoda. It was strange. But when he tried to use his spirit to investigate the pagoda, it bounced back. Sword embryo? Fang Chen muttered to himself. There were a few disciples in front of the square. Most of them weren't official disciples of the Sword Dao sect. They could only be considered honorary disciples. Honorary disciples didn't have the right to cultivate near the sword embryo, so there were a lot of them in front of the pagoda. When they saw Fang Chen arrive, they all clasped their hands in greeting to Fang Chen. From Fang Chen's attire they could see he was an official disciple. Dare I ask your name, brother? It seems I don't know you. One of the disciples laughed. Fang Chen. Brother Fang Chen, you must be new, the disciple continued. Fang Chen nodded. I really envy brother Fang Chen. He just arrived and is already an official disciple. But I have some doubts. Official disciples can cultivate near the sword embryo. Why would brother Fang Chen come to the Dragon Sword Pagoda? It wasn't just this disciple who was puzzled. The other disciples were just as confused. Logically speaking, official disciples wouldn't lower themselves to compete with them for the resources of the Dragon Sword Pagoda. But recently, one official disciple after another had come to the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Just what was going on? First it was the Yu brothers, Yu Long and Yu Hu. Now it was Fang Chen. I'm looking for someone. Fang Chen simply said. Oh, who is senior brother Fang Chen looking for? Asked a disciple. Fang Chen didn't say anything. His burning gaze was focused on the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Could it be that the person senior brother Fang Chen is looking for is the Yu brothers? Some of the disciples began to discuss amongst themselves. A moment later, their eyes were filled with excitement. Perhaps there would be a wonderful battle waiting for them. Senior brother Fang Chen, you just arrived at the Sword Dao sect. Perhaps you don't know much about the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Let me give you an introduction. A nominal disciple came to Fang Chen's side and said. Fang Chen didn't refuse and nodded. Seeing this, the disciple was delighted. He continued. The Dragon Sword Pagoda is called the Dragon Sword Pagoda because there are sword dragons within. Sword dragons were formed from the condensation of sword energy. They were very powerful. The Dragon Sword Pagoda is divided into 9 levels. Every level requires one to kill a certain number of sword dragons to pass the test and proceed to the next level. However, the number of sword dragons on each level is limited. There are a total of 81 sword dragons. If a cultivator can kill 81 sword dragons, they will obtain the sword true dragon's infusion, strengthening their body and tempering their sword chi, the nominal disciple said slowly. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. He hadn't expected this little dragon sword pagoda to have so many mysteries. 81 sword dragons? Fang Chen asked. The disciple nodded, and continued. Of all the swordsmen in the old Eastern Alliance, only one has managed to reach the limit of each level. Even so, he's still stuck on the 8th level, unable to move on to the 9th. Who is it? Sword Dance Hong. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Sword Dance Hong, third on the Tianhua rankings, to be a sword cultivator. Actually, the Dragon Sword Pagoda has no real benefits for a disciple, other than challenging the limit of sword dragons. As for challenging the limit of the sword dragon, very few people can do it, and it is a waste of time. Over time, almost no official disciples come here. The nominal disciple explained. Fang Chen nodded. What's your name? Kong Zhong. Not bad. If you have any questions in the future, you can come find me. Fang Chen finished speaking, and stepped into the Dragon Sword Pagoda. In the square, Kong Zhong was stunned. He stood in place, stupefied. Envious looks came from all around. After a while, Kong Zhong recovered from his shock. Ha 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 ha. Kong Zhong was very excited. He hadn't expected to be recognized as an official disciple. Kong Zhong, you've really hit the jackpot. Congratulations, Kong Zhong. From now on, you'll have a meteoric rise. It was very difficult for a disciple to become an official disciple. But with the help of an official disciple, it would be much easier. This was not the first case. Previously, some of the nominal disciples like Kong Zhong had now become official disciples. Kong Zhong, don't forget us after becoming an official disciple. That's right, Kong Zhong. Cultivate well. Many disciples had already begun to befriend Kong Zhong. As for Kong Zhong, he was forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart as his gaze landed on the Dragon Sword Pagoda. The path of martial arts depended on oneself. External forces were ultimately limited. Therefore, although Kong Zhong was very excited, he wouldn't become lazy because of this. Force. I must seize this opportunity and leap over the Dragon Gate. Kong Zhong clenched his fists tightly as he said in his heart. Inside the Dragon Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen arrived at the first floor. This is the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Arriving here, Fang Chen could feel the beating of the golden heart. Beneath the ground, there seemed to be an extremely vast sword chi. It seems that there are secrets within this Dragon Sword Pagoda. Fang Chen thought to himself. However, just as he was thinking, the golden sword dragon, carrying a terrifying aura, whizzed over. Sword dragon. Seeing this, Fang Chen pulled out the star-hidden sword and used the mysterious sky-sealing technique. The golden sword dragon was instantly bound by the resplendent sword net. It revealed a sinister expression and continued to struggle. Disperse. Chapter 1337. The sword dragons on the first level of the Dragon Sword Pagoda were very weak. Fang Chen didn't need to use his full strength to kill them easily. However, as the number of sword dragons Fang Chen defeated increased, the sword dragons that appeared became stronger and stronger. When the last sword dragon appeared, Fang Chen's expression became somewhat serious. It wasn't that the sword dragon's strength made him afraid. Rather, the strength of this 81st sword dragon was precisely the battle prowess of the first layer of the heavenly body tier. It's comparable to the first layer of the heavenly body tier martial artists in the purgatory. Fang Chen muttered to himself, sighing. It seemed that this Dragon Sword Pagoda wasn't easy to pass. After successfully killing the last sword dragon, golden light instantly shot out in all directions within the Dragon Sword Pagoda. A true dragon completely made of gold floated in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its body was filled with extremely dense sword chi. Boom! In the next moment, the sword chi tempered his body. Fang Chen's body endured the baptism of the sword chi. This time, The baptism lasted for a quarter of an hour before it ended. In the end, the true dragon dissipated, and Fang Chen's body emitted destructive sword qi. The sword qi is even purer. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Although the baptism of sword qi on the first level was a little too weak for him. But it was better than nothing. Moreover, his physical body had also become slightly stronger. Continuing on to the second level. After a few hours, Fang Chen successfully arrived at the 6th level. The sword dragons here were comparable to the 6th layer of the heavenly body tier. The baptism of the first 5 levels allowed Fang Chen to gain a lot. Now, the resplendent sword light around him was very dazzling, and the aura around him also gave people a very strong feeling. 6th level. Arriving at the 6th level, Fang Chen's expression also became serious. Kill. With the appearance of the first sword dragon, Fang Chen fell into a frenzy of killing. The time spent on the 6th level was much longer than the previous 5 levels combined. A day later, Fang Chen stopped his killing spree. In front of his eyes, the last sword dragon appeared. The battle prowess of this sword dragon was at the peak of the 6th level of the heavenly body tier. Even in the purgatory, this kind of combat strength would be extremely tyrannical. In fact, they could even insta-kill cultivators at the 8th level of the heavenly body tier and challenge cultivators at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at Stegosaurus. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the dragon sword pagoda. The gigantic sword dragon roared as it approached. Fang Chen couldn't care less. He immediately set up the primordial killing array and trapped the sword dragon within it. Roar! The sword dragon was trapped and frantically attacked the primordial chaos killing array. However, the Chaos Elemental Killing Array had also caused great damage to the sword dragon. Taking this opportunity, Fang Chen used the Absolute Phantom Sword technique and entered the Origin Killing Array to fight against the sword dragon. Pucha streaks of sword light pierced towards the sword dragon. Scales appeared all over the latter's body, forming a very strong defense. Good fellow. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, he performed the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique. The 5 Thunders Tribulation technique targeted soul and even primordial spirit level attacks. Although this golden sword dragon didn't have a soul, its head was still blasted open by the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique. With its head blasted open, the threat of the golden sword dragon was greatly reduced. Fang Chen used his full strength again and used 15 minutes to kill the golden sword dragon. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At present, this was already his peak battle prowess. If he faced a slightly stronger sword dragon, he probably wouldn't have any chance of victory. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua rankings. She was really a terrifying existence. The peak sword dragon of the 7th level was too powerful. Just thinking about it made one feel terrified. He passed the 6th level. However, Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Could it be that Yulong and Yuhu are on the 7th level? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen accepted the baptism of sword qi. Sword qi soared into the sky. The emperor-level sword qi had reached its peak. It was only a critical point away from reaching the level of sword spirit. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Dragging his exhausted body, he entered the 7th level. Just as he entered the 7th level, he saw Yulong and Yuhu hiding in a corner. You think you can hide from me by hiding here? Fang Chen's voice was like a ghost as it entered the 2 brothers' ears. Yulong and Yuhu were startled. They turned their heads to look. How did you get here? Clearly, Fang Chen's arrival had shocked the 2 brothers. However, they immediately relaxed. That was because they saw that Fang Chen was in a sorry state and looked exhausted. Ha ha ha, for you to be able to come here, you must have exhausted yourself. Yulong wildly laughed. Brat, not just anyone has the qualifications to reach the 7th level, sneered Yuhu. They had thought that Fang Chen had simply passed and reached the 7th level with great difficulty. They didn't know that Fang Chen had broken the limit on the first 6 levels. This kind of heavy news would cause a commotion even within the Sword Dao faction. Fang Chen was panting heavily as he looked at the 2 brothers with interest. Big brother, should we deal with this brat in the Dragon Sword Tower? Asked Yuhu. Let's torture him first. Let him know that us brothers aren't easy to bully. Yulong's eyes were ice cold as the two brothers walked over to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen straightened his body and looked at the two brothers. What do you want? Fang Chen's question made the two brothers even bolder. Now you know fear. The two brothers had already arrived beside Fang Chen, wildly laughing. Fang Chen curiously looked at the two of them. What I want to ask is, aren't you afraid of death? The two of them were startled. However, before they could react, two iron fists viciously smashed into their faces. Bang! The two brothers were sent flying, miserable cries coming from them. Their faces were covered in blood and their noses had been broken. What's going on? Yu-Hu didn't know what to do. Yulong crawled up and looked at the smiling Fang Chen. His heart tightened. Weren't you injured? How could you still release such a powerful attack? Yulong had the urge to cry. Who told you I was injured? Fang Chen shrugged and retorted. You're lying to us. Yu-Hu jumped up. From the start, it was just you two brothers talking. Fang Chen craftily smiled. Yulong and Yu-Hu finally realized that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Plop. The two brothers directly knelt on the ground. Fang Chen, please be magnanimous and let us go. Yeah, we were also forced. It was Ouyang Zhuge who didn't want us to give you the sword source. Now you know fear? Asked Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen walk over, the two of them continuously retreated, their eyes filled with terror. They were well aware of Fang Chen's terrifying combat power. Furthermore, this was his first time in the Dragon Sword Tower and he had already reached the 7th floor. That was too inconceivable. They couldn't be enemies with such a person. The two brothers held their noses and begged Fang Chen. Fang Chen, we'll give you the sword source right now. After saying that, Yulong took out 100 sword sources from his spatial ring and handed them to Fang Chen. Fang Chen received the sword sources and smiled. He then looked at Yu-Hu. What about you? What? We only owe you 100 sword sources, said Yu-Hu. Bang! Fang Chen sent Yu-Hu flying with a punch. Yu-Hu miserably screamed, his skull about to shatter. Have mercy. I'll give you 100 sword sources, shouted Yulong when he saw Fang Chen was about to attack. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Yulong. I really don't have 100 sword sources on me right now. How about this? I'll go gather them for you. Once I do, I'll immediately send them to you, pleaded Yulong. You said the same thing last time. And what happened? Asked Fang Chen. We don't dare, we won't dare again, hastily said Yulong. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded. It seemed Yulong really didn't have any more sword sources on him. Fine, I'll wait for your 100 sword sources. If you dare trick me this time, you can just wait to die. Fang Chen left behind some vicious words before turning and leaving. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, Yulong's heart trembled. Big brother, are we really going to give him 100 sword sources? Asked Yu-Hu as he crawled up. Bang! Yulong slapped Yu-Hu's head, making him wish he was dead. Hurry up and go borrow the sword sources. Outside the Dragon Sword Tower, when Fang Chen came out, Kong Zhong was still there. Senior apprentice brother Fang Chen called Kong Zhong. What is it? Asked Fang Chen. I want to ask senior apprentice brother Fang Chen some questions about the sword Dao, said Kong Zhong nervously. Come with me. With that, he brought Kong Zhong out of the plaza. A moment later, Yulong and Yu-Hu miserably walked out of the Dragon Sword Tower. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Yu-Hu's eyes were wide as he fiercely said. Some of the disciples thought the two brothers had been injured by the sword dragon and didn't think too much of it. After Yulong and Yu-Hu left, the other disciples all entered the Dragon Sword Tower. Within the courtyard, Kong Zhong asked Fang Chen a few questions about the sword Dao before sitting on the ground and entering a state of enlightenment. This kid isn't bad. Fang Chen was very satisfied with Kong Zhong. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely ask questions about how to cultivate the sword Dao quickly. But Kong Zhong only asked questions about the basics. Although others might feel disdain for these basic questions. However, Fang Chen knew very well that the basics were the most important in the sword Dao. With a solid foundation, the future path would be much easier. Kong Zhong was able to endure loneliness and comprehend the basics of the sword Dao, which was enough to prove his temperament. It could be imagined that Kong Zhong would definitely achieve great things in the future. A moment later, Kong Zhong woke up. Sword chi surged around his body and his face was full of smiles. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Fang Chen, for your guidance." Kong Zhong thanked him excitedly. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, "On the path of cultivation, you still have to rely on yourself. You've chosen a good path. Continue to work hard and strengthen your foundation." "I will." Kong Zhong was very excited. After thanking him, he happily left Fang Chen's residence. Not long after, the two brothers Yulong and Yuhu hurried over. Chapter 1338. The two brothers, Yulong and Yuhu, arrived at Fang Chen's residence somewhat apprehensively. Fang Chen had just finished teaching Kong Zhong. "Where's the sword source?" Fang Chen asked. The two brothers' noses were already bandaged. Yuhu looked miserable, his skull was cracked and needed time to recover. "I brought it." Hearing this, Yulong chuckled and hurriedly took out the sword origin. Fang Chen counted the number, then put it away. He looked at the two brothers. "This is what happens when you're cheap." Instead of 100 sword sources, he insisted on 200 sword sources. Who could stop him? Hearing this, Yulong and Yuhu felt helpless. "Brother Fang Chen, we've given you the sword source. Can we leave now?" Fang Chen nodded, and didn't make things difficult for the two brothers. The two brothers hurried out of Fang Chen's courtyard, relieved. At this moment, Fang Chen took out the sword origin. 200 swords was a huge sum, even in the old Eastern Alliance. Sword source was a miraculous thing. It was about the size of a brick on Earth, but its uses couldn't be compared. The source of the sword was a treasure unique to the old Eastern Alliance. In the old Hua Islands, only the old Eastern Alliance had it. The sword origin was condensed from the sword embryo. Every piece of sword origin contained very dense sword chi. This energy could help a martial artist cultivate. For a swordsman, sword source was a very important treasure. Fang Chen was also very happy to obtain 200 sword sources in one go. He casually grabbed a sword source, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword source's sword energy poured into Fang Chen's body. The golden heart was beating vigorously as it quickly absorbed the sword chi within the sword origin. Before long, the sword source was reduced to dust. All of the sword chi within had been absorbed. If anyone else had been there, they would have been shocked. The sword source was formed from the embryo, and the sword energy it contained was frightening. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 hours to absorb a single piece of sword source. However, Fang Chen only used a few breaths of time. With such speed, even Jian Wuhong, who was ranked third on the Tianhua leaderboard, would be shocked. What pure sword chi! Fang Chen opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. The sword chi in the sword origin was very pure and contained a very profound sword Dao. If he could continue to absorb it, his attainments in the way of the sword would definitely improve rapidly. No wonder so many people wanted to join the old Eastern Alliance. Aside from the sword embryo, the sword source was another reason. This is really good stuff. Fang Chen grinned. Then, he continued to absorb the sword origin. After absorbing about 50 sword sources, the golden heart was finally full, and it emitted a golden light. At this moment, Fang Chen seemed to be in a sea of sword Dao. He took out the secret sword technique that he had exchanged in White Bone City, the Thunderfall sword technique. This was a high-level secret technique, even more powerful than the Phantom Sky extinguishing sword secret technique. It was said that after successfully cultivating it, one would be able to manipulate the lightning in the sky. When the lightning melded into the sword light, it was like a lightning tribulation. It was very frightening. Fang Chen began to study the Thunderfall sword technique. Now that he had absorbed enough sword sources, his mind was full of sword Dao. This was the best time to cultivate the Thunderfall sword technique. After 7 days of seclusion, Ouyang Zhuge finally emerged. This time, his strength had improved. Phew! Ouyang Zhuge exhaled and walked out of the pavilion. Call Yu Long and Yu Hu, Ouyang Zhuge ordered. Before long, Yu Long and Yu Hu arrived. When they saw Ouyang Zhuge, their expressions changed. Recently, Fang Chen hasn't caused any trouble for you, right? Ouyang Zhuge asked. Ouyang Zhuge saw that the two wanted to speak, but stopped. Speak. Ouyang Zhuge frowned. Brother Ouyang, while you were away, Fang Chen came to us to ask for the sword sources. We had no choice but to hide in the Dragon Sword Tower, but... Yu Long said slowly. But what? Ouyang Zhuge asked. But Fang Chen chased us all the way to the Dragon Sword Tower and even entered the 7th floor, forcing us to hand over the sword sources, Yu Hu continued. We handed over 100 sword sources, but he wasn't satisfied and demanded 200 from us. What? When Ouyang Zhuge heard this, he slammed his palm on the stone table with a bang. He was very angry. Now we're in debt, Yu Long said helplessly. It seems I'll have to personally take action. Ouyang Zhuge sneered. He stood up and looked at the two brothers. Come with me. But the two brothers exchanged a glance and didn't move. What, are you afraid of Fang Chen? Ouyang Zhuge icily asked. Brother Ouyang, Yu Long helplessly said. Ouyang Zhuge waved his sleeve and coldly snorted, walking out of the courtyard. In the future, don't follow me. With a single sentence, he drew a clear line between them. This caused Yu Long and Yu Hu to feel very depressed. Big brother, is it worth it? Yu Hu asked. Thinking of Fang Chen's terrifying battle strength, Yu Long nodded heavily. Fang Chen's potential is too strong. We can't offend him. In the future, we should draw a clear line with him. In fact, Yu Long had thought for a long time before making this decision. Following Ouyang Zhuge had never been beneficial. On the contrary, he had always been working for Ouyang Zhuge and had offended many people. I hope so, Yu Hu said. In a few days, Fang Chen had cultivated the lightning fall sword technique to the entry level. Although he still couldn't trigger the lightning in the sky, he could see its power. With one sword, he could pierce through everything. The lightning fall sword technique focused on penetrating power, which was somewhat similar to Little Mouse's extreme piercing. However, its power was far from enough. Cultivation required a balance between work and rest. Therefore, Fang Chen came to the square to stroll. He was going to take a look at the sword embryo. However, at this moment, Ouyang Zhuge aggressively rushed to the square. At this moment, there were many disciples in the square. Most of them were in-name disciples, and only a small portion of them were official disciples. Fang Chen. Ouyang Zhuge came to the square, stared at Fang Chen, and said in a deep voice. Ouyang Zhuge, Fang Chen also said. Do you agree to my request or not? Ouyang Zhuge asked coldly. Fang Chen shook his head. I can't agree. In fact, Fang Chen really couldn't agree. There was only one portion of galaxy liquid, and he had already swallowed it. How could he give Ouyang Zhuge another portion? Good, very good. Do you want to become enemies with me, Ouyang Zhuge? Ouyang Zhuge sneered. If you think so, I can't do anything about it, Fang Chen said calmly. I, Fang Chen, am not afraid of anyone. After that, Fang Chen turned and left. Seeing this, Ouyang Zhuge sneered, waved his hand, and said directly, in that case, do you dare to go to the battle arena with me? Hearing this, the square was in an uproar. People didn't understand why Ouyang Zhuge wanted to go to the battle arena with Fang Chen. How did Fang Chen offend Ouyang Zhuge? Many people whispered. Kong Zhong was also in the square. He frowned slightly, watching Fang Chen leave. He was worried. Kong Zhong, it looks like your backer is going to fall. Yeah, after offending Ouyang Zhuge, Fang Chen won't be able to stay in the old East League anymore. It's a pity that such a good backer is gone. People talked one after another, and in the end they all stayed away from Kong Zhong. Fang Chen had offended Ouyang Zhuge, and Kong Zhong was close to Fang Chen. If they got involved with Kong Zhong, Ouyang Zhuge would be angry. After weighing the pros and cons, people chose to side with Ouyang Zhuge. Seeing this, Kong Zhong sneered in his heart. The world was cold. A few days ago people had come to make friends with him. Now, after this kind of thing, they all stayed away. Well, Now I see the true colors of these people. Kong Zhong sneered in his heart, and walked in the direction Fang Chen had left. Although Fang Chen had left, he left a message. Without enough sword sources, I, Fang Chen, will not accept any challenge. When these words came out, it stirred up 1,000 waves. Many official disciples stuck their heads out, insulting Fang Chen. They thought that Fang Chen, a new disciple, didn't know what was good for him. How dare he offend Ouyang Zhuge? Of course, most of the disciples remained silent. You want to bet sword sources with me? Ouyang Zhuge sneered. Once you're in the arena, you won't even have the right to leave alive. You still want my sword sources? Ridiculous. Ouyang Zhuge shouted across the air. I'll give you 200 sword sources to fight in the arena with you. 200 sword sources, all at once. It was enough to see how rich Ouyang Zhuge was. However, out of everyone's expectations, Fang Chen refused. The reason was that he didn't have enough sword sources. The brothers Yulong and Yuhu can take out 200 sword sources. Are you, Ouyang Zhuge, worth the same as them? If so, I'm willing to fight. Fang Chen shouted across the air, provoking Ouyang Zhuge. Ouyang Zhuge knew that it was provoking, but he still couldn't take it. He, Ouyang Zhuge, was the descendant of the two great Dao ancestors and ranked 50th on the Tianhua leaderboard. How could Yulong and Yuhu compare to him? Ouyang Zhuge took out 500 sword sources to fight with Fang Chen in the arena. Okay, I agree. You can set the time. Fang Chen agreed without hesitation. 500 sword sources were enough for him to fight. Soon, Ouyang Zhuge set the time. 3 days later. The Sword Wei faction hadn't been so lively in a long time. Fang Chen and Ouyang Zhuge's shouting across the air caused a huge commotion. Many strong cultivators on the Tianhua leaderboard also came out of seclusion to ask about Fang Chen. Who was it that dared to challenge Ouyang Zhuge? However, after asking around, they were disappointed. It turned out that it was a new disciple who had defeated Yulong and Yuhu and thought that he could challenge Ouyang Zhuge. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't think Fang Chen would win. At the same time, Fang Chen was secretly delighted in the courtyard. A bunch of idiots. The little mouse mocked everyone's ignorance. Fang Chen was best at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Chapter 1339. 3 days was neither long nor short. Ouyang Zhuge was in seclusion, preparing for the battle in the fighting ring 3 days later. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. He had nothing to do, so he headed for the sword embryo. The place where the sword embryo was located was called the Heavenly Sword Platform. The Heavenly Sword Platform was made of tens of thousands of ferocious swords. Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. He looked up and saw that it was densely packed with official disciples of the Sword Wei faction. Usually, almost all the official disciples would come here to practice their Sword Wei. Buzz. Fang Chen was about to step on the platform when he suddenly felt a faint ripple in the air. Then, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Fang Chen was a little confused. Could the golden heart have sensed the aura of the sword embryo? As expected, the speed at which the golden heart was beating was much faster than it had ever been before. Moreover, Fang Chen could clearly see that as the golden heart was beating, strands of cocoon silk quickly entered the golden heart. What is that? Fang Chen was shocked. Although he did not know what the cocoon silk was, he felt that it had a lot to do with the sword embryo. This sword embryo is really strange, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he stepped onto the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Boom! Just as he stepped onto the Heavenly Sword Mountain, Fang Chen felt a terrifying sword chi pouring down on him. Caught off guard, he was almost forced back. Fortunately, he activated his perfect sword body and blocked the terrifying sword chi. After he steadied himself, Fang Chen carefully felt the terrifying sword chi pouring down on him. He knew that the sword chi came from the sword embryo. The aura of the sword wei is so strong. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Then, he also knew that the steps on the Heavenly Sword Mountain were also a test. If he could not even climb the steps, he was not qualified to meditate before the sword embryo. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was surrounded by sword qi as he walked step by step to the peak of the heavenly sword mountain. When Fang Chen was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and closed his eyes to feel the sword Dao. However, this scene was seen by some of the official disciples on the mountain peak. They all sneered at Fang Chen. Who is this brat? He can't even pass the stairs, and he wants to reach the peak? Hey, this kid looks very familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't that the new official disciple Fang Chen? He offended Ouyang Zhuge as soon as he came to the Sword Wei faction. How arrogant. That's right. It's said that 3 days later, he and Ouyang Zhuge will fight on the battle stage. Some of the official disciples were talking amongst themselves, and it didn't take long for them to know Fang Chen's background. It's very difficult for new disciples to pass the steps. Many official disciples shook their heads. They didn't think that Fang Chen would be able to reach the top. After that, he didn't waste any more time and continued comprehending the Sword Dao. As for Fang Chen, he didn't care about the mockery of the crowd. He wasn't trapped here because he was comprehending the Sword Dao. The aura of the Sword Dao on each step was different. Feeling the completely opposite aura of the Sword Dao would help him comprehend the Sword Dao. After staying on the mountainside for about an hour, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, the golden heart was beating faster and faster. It seemed to be very excited and wanted to reach the peak quickly. Fang Chen took a step forward and continued to climb. However, at this time, no one noticed him. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen was unhindered. Soon, he reached the peak. There was a huge heavenly sword platform on the heavenly sword mountain. Its aura was shocking. This is the heavenly sword platform. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. The heavenly sword platform made of tens of thousands of peerless fierce swords was indeed extraordinary. Looking at the heavenly sword platform from afar, Fang Chen felt very depressed. The fierce aura is too strong. If one's mind wasn't strong enough, it was easy to get lost. Fortunately, Fang Chen had gone through the path of the Supreme Realm, so his mind was unusually strong. He easily resisted the terrifying fierce aura. On the 30-foot-tall heavenly sword platform, there was a palm-sized sword-shaped treasure. This was the legendary sword embryo. From afar, the sword embryo was a little blurry and only a shadow could be seen. In fact, it wasn't a matter of distance, but because there was a very powerful formation around the sword embryo. What Fang Chen and the rest saw was merely what they saw through the array formation. That's the sword embryo. When he saw the sword embryo, Fang Chen's eyes widened. The golden heart was beating loudly, and Fang Chen's blood was boiling. Fang Chen felt that the golden heart wanted to get close to the sword embryo. However, he forcibly controlled his body and didn't move. What a strong sword Dao aura! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This was the legendary sword embryo, the most powerful sword Dao treasure in the Old Hua Islands. Only the official disciples of the Old East Alliance were qualified to cultivate near the sword embryo. Cultivate. Fang Chen didn't waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In an instant, he entered a state of enlightenment. What Fang Chen didn't know was that the moment he stepped on the peak, the sword embryo on the heavenly sword platform trembled slightly. No one noticed. Immediately, the sword embryo calmed down. When Fang Chen closed his eyes, traces of sword qi flowed out from the sword embryo and quietly entered the golden heart, then turned into silk. Time trickled by. After a few hours, some martial artists woke up from their cultivation. Yes, he reached the peak. One after another, warriors woke up and were shocked to see Fang Chen. A new disciple had reached the peak so quickly. Seeing Fang Chen cultivating, the crowd shook their heads in surprise. On Heavenly Sword Mountain, there were disciples coming and going. In short, there were always so many people here. Many disciples did not waste a single second of their time here to cultivate. Cultivation on Heavenly Sword Mountain wasn't something that could be done at any time. The Old East Alliance had strict rules. Every official disciple could only come here for 2 hours a month to cultivate. This was also to prevent disciples from becoming demonic. If one spent a long time cultivating on Heavenly Sword Mountain, even the most resolute of people could become demonic. If they did, they would be seriously injured, and in the worst case they would die. Those who were able to join the Old Eastern Alliance were the cream of the crop. The Old East couldn't afford such a loss. However, those who came here for the first time were an exception. They could cultivate at will until they couldn't hold on any longer. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen was still in a state of enlightenment. The surrounding disciples came and went, all of them surprised. In these 2 days, the Golden Heart had undergone great changes. Fang Chen's understanding of the way of the sword had increased rapidly. Fang Chen's mastery of the Thunderfall sword had been perfected. Buzz. At some point, Fang Chen opened his eyes. In truth, it was the Golden Heart's vibration that had caused him to open his eyes and stop cultivating. The sword embryo is very strange. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Cultivating in front of the sword embryo for too long could lead to demonic obsession. Fang Chen examined his body, and was very satisfied. Worthy of the sword embryo. Fang Chen stood, and sighed. Then he left the Heavenly Sword Mountain without looking back. Although it was his first time here, he could cultivate endlessly. But after these 2 days of cultivation, Fang Chen also knew the sword embryo's fissomeness. If I can't control it, I'll become demonic, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fortunately, he had the Golden Heart, which constantly reminded him. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Walking down Heavenly Sword Mountain, Fang Chen turned to look at the sword embryo at the peak, and then left. Actually, when he was cultivating at the peak of Heavenly Sword Mountain, the demon sword had also acted strangely. It was absorbing the sword aura from the sword embryo through the interspatial ring. Feeling the demon sword's vibration, Fang Chen asked, "Demon sword, do you know the origin of the sword embryo?" Hearing this, the demon sword was silent for a moment, and then said, "I don't remember. Some of my memories have been lost." The demon sword's words were filled with sorrow. The demon sword was too demonic, and it had gained sentience. It was very scary. It had memories, but some of them had been lost. Fang Chen was very curious. What happened back then that caused a treasure like the demon sword to be damaged? But every time he asked about it, the demon sword would remain silent. Fang Chen also did not ask. One day, he would completely control the demon sword. At that time, the mystery of the demon sword would be completely solved. These 2 days of cultivation had also tired Fang Chen. When he returned to his courtyard, he found Kong Zhong there. Senior brother Fang Chen. Kong Zhong hurriedly greeted when he saw Fang Chen return. Fang Chen looked at Kong Zhong and saw that there were some bruises on his face. "What happened?" Fang Chen asked. Kong Zhong opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. "Senior brother Fang Chen, it's nothing," Kong Zhong said. "If you have something to say, then say it," Fang Chen directly said. Hearing this, Kong Zhong hesitated for a long time, then said in a low voice, "Senior brother Fang Chen, because I was close to you, a few of your in-name disciples vented their anger on me. They even stole my sword embryo." Fang Chen frowned, somewhat unhappy. "They are from Ouyang Zhuge's faction. In order to curry favor, they ganged up on me. If it was one-on-one, I wouldn't be afraid of any of them," Kong Zhong helplessly said. "What did they steal from you?" asked Fang Chen. "They stole my sword embryo. If it was an ordinary sword embryo, then it would be fine. But that sword embryo was given to me by my mother. It's very important to me. They ganged up on you," Fang Chen sneered. The grudge between him and Ouyang Zhuge actually involved Kong Zhong. "Who are they? Take me to them," said Fang Chen. "Senior brother Fang Chen, you just have to help me take back my sword embryo." Kong Zhong was pleasantly surprised. "Don't worry. Lead the way." In truth, the reason Kong Zhong had come here was to ask Fang Chen to help him take back his sword embryo. But he was too embarrassed to ask. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to be so straightforward. A moment later, Kong Zhong brought Fang Chen to the in-name disciple's residence. Chapter 1340. On the square of the nominal disciples. The 3 of them were wearing the robes of nominal disciples, playing with a sharp sword. The 3 of them took turns to look at the sword, revealing a wild smile from time to time. Kong Zhong's eyes turned scarlet when he saw the sharp sword in their hands. He couldn't wait to rush up. That was the sword his mother left him. It meant a lot to him. In this world, his only family was this sword. That's right, it was his family. Kong Zhong treated the sword as his family. Therefore, after losing the sword, he shamelessly begged Fang Chen. If it weren't for the loss of the sword, Kong Zhong would rather die than beg others. As Kong Zhong pointed, Fang Chen saw the three of them. At this time, the three of them also noticed Kong Zhong and Fang Chen. Their faces became a little dignified, and they stood up one after another. Kong Zhong, you can't beat us, but you still called for help. One of them sneered. If you let senior brother Fang Chen fight, we will directly admit defeat and not resist. Senior brother Fang Chen is an official disciple. I'm afraid he won't lower himself to fight nominal disciples like us. The three of them said one after another. Give me back my sword. Kong Zhong's eyes were scarlet, and he roared loudly. Kong Zhong, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Since you lost to us, your sword is our spoils of war. One of them sneered. Obviously, they didn't want to return the sword to Kong Zhong. They had been coveting Kong Zhong's sword for a long time. They had been looking for an opportunity, and this time they finally found it. Not only could they flatter Ouyang Zhuge, but they could also seize the sword. The three of them had just checked it. Although they didn't find anything, their intuition told them that this sword was extraordinary. They still wanted to study it, so how could they return it to Kong Zhong? Fang Chen walked towards the three of them step by step. Seeing this, the three of them retreated, afraid that Fang Chen would attack regardless of his status. Senior brother Fang Chen, are you really going to attack us? Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, you are not worthy of my attack. Kong Zhong alone is enough to deal with you. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the three of them relaxed a little. Kong Zhong, fight them one-on-one. If you win, I will personally help you take back your sword, Fang Chen said. Kong Zhong was extremely excited when he heard this. Do you have any objections? Fang Chen asked. Senior brother Fang Chen, we have a formation. In a one-on-one fight, they were no match for Kong Zhong. After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and the star-hidden sword appeared in his hand. This is my sword. Take it and deal with the three of them, Fang Chen said too. Seeing Fang Chen giving Kong Zhong a fourth-level divine weapon, the three of them sneered. Kong Zhong, just surrender. Don't humiliate yourself, one of them berated. Kong Zhong was furious and attacked. Fang Chen stood aside and watched quietly. Boss, aren't you worried about this guy? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen grinned and didn't say anything. The three of them cast a combined attack formation, trapping Kong Zhong. Kong Zhong, you lost. One of them said in a deep voice. However, Kong Zhong's face was ferocious. He held the star-hidden sword in his hand and the star pagoda in his sea of qi shook. The wild star power crazily poured into the star-concealing sword. Immediately, the hidden star sword vibrated and emitted a series of sword cries. Then, Kong Zhong suddenly swung the sword, and a terrifying sword light shot out from the star-hidden sword. Poochie. The sword light shot out. The three of them didn't take it seriously and sneered. However, when the sword light approached one of them, he was shocked. Help me. The man roared loudly. Bang. The other two wanted to help, but it was too late. The man was stabbed by the sword light and flew out. The formation was broken by itself. Seeing this, Kong Zhong was also a little surprised. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Fang Chen. The latter was smiling. Kong Zhong knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to break through the three people's joint attack formation. Kong Zhong held the star-hidden sword and continued to attack. After a while, the three of them were beaten to the ground by Kong Zhong. Give me the sword, Kong Zhong said fiercely. Despicable, one of them roared angrily. There was something wrong with the fourth-level divine weapon. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have lost. You three, it's not good to act shamelessly. At this time, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the three of them turned pale. With Fang Chen here, they would not be able to stir up any waves. In the end, The three of them looked at Kong Zhong sadly and reluctantly returned the sword to Kong Zhong. Taking the sword, Kong Zhong was very excited. "Thank you, Senior Fang Chen." Kong Zhong returned the star-hidden sword and cupped his fists. "Let's go." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Whoosh! Ouyang Zhuge had arrived. "Fang Chen, as an official disciple, how can you bully a nominal disciple?" Ouyang Zhuge said in a low voice. "Senior brother Ouyang, you have to help us." The three of them hurriedly complained when they saw Ouyang Zhuge arrive. Kong Zhong looked apologetically at Fang Chen. He was the one who had brought trouble to Fang Chen. The three of them bullied Kong Zhong first. "I only helped him take back his sword." "How is that bullying?" Fang Chen said. "The sword should be their spoils of war, but you used the trajectory to let Kong Zhong win. Isn't that cheating?" Ouyang Zhuge said coldly. "Hand over the sword. Let's go." Fang Chen didn't even look back as he left with Kong Zhong. "You're courting death." Ouyang Zhuge angrily punched out. Feeling the powerful fist behind him, Fang Chen didn't even look back as he punched back. Dong! Ouyang Zhuge's body was forced back, and his attack was neutralized by Fang Chen. "Ouyang Zhuge, if you want to start the battle early, I don't mind." Fang Chen's voice floated over. Ouyang Zhuge stood quietly on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Fang Chen, I'll let you be arrogant for one more night. Tomorrow, the battle arena will be your burial ground." Ouyang Zhuge was very confident in his own strength. He had already prepared perfectly for tomorrow's battle. He was just waiting for the right time. "Senior brother Ouyang." The three of them got up from the ground and walked in front of Ouyang Zhuge. "Trash." Ouyang Zhuge waved his sleeves and turned to leave. After a while, the little mouse came back and quietly came behind the three of them. Then, it opened its small mouth and bit each of them before disappearing. "Ah!" The three of them let out miserable cries. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. For Kong Zhong, if it wasn't for Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to solve it. However, for Fang Chen, it was just a piece of cake. He didn't care about anything. "Kong Zhong, this sword is extraordinary. Comprehend it well," Fang Chen said to Kong Zhong. Kong Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He looked at his sword in surprise and seemed to understand something. After a night of silence, early the next morning, when Fang Chen was about to go to the appointment, Kong Zhong broke through. Rumble. Kong Zhong's cultivation breakthrough was mighty. Fang Chen turned to look. Kong Zhong didn't sleep the whole night and was comprehending the sword Dao. Not bad. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. After Kong Zhong broke through, he was qualified to be an official disciple. It was a good thing. The sun had just passed the horizon, and there was still a trace of white in the sky. However, for martial artists, day and night were the same. The battle arena was on the left side of the Sword Dao faction. Many martial artists could be seen from afar, and most of them were unofficial disciples. Official disciples would rarely waste their time watching the battle. Of course, there were also some official disciples who had a good relationship with Ouyang Zhuge who came to cheer. After Fang Chen arrived, Ouyang Zhuge was already there. He stood on the battle arena and looked down at Fang Chen. "I thought you didn't dare to come." Ouyang Zhuge sneered. "You came so early because you can't wait to give me the sword source?" Fang Chen asked. Ouyang Zhuge was very angry when he heard that. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen walked onto the battle arena. At this time, an elder appeared. "I'm the person in charge of the battle arena. Since both of you have agreed to fight in the battle arena, then I have to explain the rules of the battle arena," the elder said. Under normal circumstances, the battle arena would not be opened easily. Because as long as one stepped onto the battle arena, there would definitely be casualties. The rules of the battle arena were very simple. It would only end when one side died or the other side stopped. In other words, if you lost, you couldn't admit defeat and could only wait for death or for the other side to stop. After hearing the rules of the battle arena, Fang Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. "Although the battle arena's rules are like this, I still have to persuade the two of you to stop when it's appropriate." After saying that, The person in charge got up and left the battle arena. Only Fang Chen and Ouyang Zhuge were left on the battle arena. What last words do you have? Hurry up and say it. This is your last chance, Ouyang Zhuge said confidently. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then said, What I want to say is, did you bring the 500 sword sources? At this time, Fang Chen was still concerned about the sword sources. This made the many disciples below speechless. I'm afraid you won't be alive to use it. Ouyang Zhuge smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, I have a tough life. Many people said they wanted to kill me, but in the end, they were all killed by me. Fang Chen smiled very casually, without the slightest fear. This came as a surprise to many disciples. A new disciple fighting with Ouyang Zhuge without the slightest fear. It was really rare. They just didn't know how his combat strength was. Just a sharp tongue. Ouyang Zhuge waved his hand, and the aura around him rippled. The battle was about to start. In the void, there was a beautiful red figure flying rapidly. All of a sudden, she saw the battle platform below opening up. She stopped and stood above the clouds, her beautiful eyes staring down at the battle platform below. Battle arena. The beautiful red figure had an impressive figure and a devastatingly beautiful face. Chapter 1341. In the battle arena. Fang Chen and Ouyang Zhuge faced off against each other. Powerful sword qi spread out. Martial artists of the Sword Dao sect had very high achievements in the Sword Dao. And this time, the battle between Fang Chen and Ouyang Zhuge was a battle between the top 100 geniuses of the Tianhua role, attracting countless eyes. In the dark, some elders were also watching the battle. Take this. Suddenly, Ouyang Zhuge let out a low roar, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword was a level 6 divine weapon. Buzz. A terrifying aura was emitted from the level 6 divine weapon. The strength of a level 5 divine weapon was already comparable to the physical body of a heavenly body tier martial artist. And a level 6 divine weapon was even more powerful. Ouyang Zhuge held the long sword in his hand and suddenly swung it. In an instant, a bright sword light shot out from the long sword, containing the majestic power of the stars, and shot towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and swung it lightly, using the absolute sky phantom sword. Catcher. The two sword lights collided in the void, and the next moment, there was an explosion. Terrifying sword qi enveloped the entire battle arena. The sword qi that spread out made the martial artists below the battle arena retreat. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a battle between the top 100 martial artists of the Tianhua role. However, compared to Fang Chen, everyone was more optimistic about Ouyang Zhuge. In terms of divine weapon, Ouyang Zhuge completely defeated Fang Chen. Yes, a level 4 divine weapon and a level 6 divine weapon, there is no comparison. After all, he is a new disciple, and can't be compared to Ouyang Zhuge. Ouyang Zhuge has two great creation realm Dao ancestors behind him. His resources are many times more than those of ordinary official disciples. Many martial artists felt helpless when talking about Ouyang Zhuge. It couldn't be helped. He had two creation realm Dao ancestors as parents, and his background was very strong. Whoosh! When the sword qi on the battle arena gradually dissipated, everyone realized that Fang Chen and Ouyang Zhuge both took a few steps back and stood on the battle arena. Ouyang Zhuge had a wild smile on his face as he looked at Fang Chen. Chimph, you're only SOSO. Fang Chen faintly felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. It seems that I have to find some time to upgrade the grade of the hidden star sword. Fang Chen thought in his heart. Inside his sea of qi, the 4-story star pagoda shook. After a short while, Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and immediately looked at Ouyang Zhuge with his sharp eyes. The 50th on the Tianhua leaderboard is just SOSO, Fang Chen sneered. It was just a casual attack. He already knew Ouyang Zhuge's true strength. If he used the lightning sword technique, he would definitely be able to defeat Ouyang Zhuge. However, Ouyang Zhuge still did not appear clearly. On the fighting platform, they were shouting incessantly. Many disciples below who did not know what was going on also supported Ouyang Zhuge. Some of the elders who were hiding in the dark were surprised. An ancient martial art practitioner ranked 100th on the Tianhua leaderboard could actually explode with such powerful combat power. Even if he lost this battle, it was enough for him to be proud. Of everyone present, only one person thought that Fang Chen could win. That person was the beautiful red figure in the clouds. Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong had been in seclusion all this time. Today, she had come out of seclusion to go to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to comprehend the sword embryo. However, when she passed by the fighting platform, she discovered the two people below. Especially when she saw Fang Chen, she could faintly feel the sword qi in her body moving impatiently. The only explanation for this happening was that the sword qi in Fang Chen's body was extremely sharp. She stopped in her tracks and prepared to watch the battle between the two. As expected, after the first exchange, Jian Wuhong became a little curious about Fang Chen. In the battle just now, Jian Wuhong could clearly feel that Fang Chen's comprehension of the Tao of the sword far surpassed Ouyang Zhuge's. This person's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the heavenly body tier, but his comprehension of the Tao of the sword is so strong. This is rare, Jian Wuhong said softly. Her beautiful eyes continued to look down at the fighting platform below. And at this moment, on the fighting platform, Ouyang Zhuge obviously wanted to end the battle with a single move. This was exactly what Fang Chen wanted. He didn't want to waste any more time. Fang Chen, I'll take your life with this move. As soon as his voice fell, Ouyang Zhuge displayed a very exquisite sword technique. Seeing this sword technique, Fang Chen was also a little surprised. A single sword technique contains two completely different auras. How is this possible? Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Ouyang Zhuge saw Fang Chen's expression and thought that the latter had been scared silly. Let's end this. Ouyang Zhuge waved his hand, and instantly, the level 6 god weapon pierced toward Fang Chen with terrifying sword qi. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this exciting battle. However, just as Ouyang Zhuge was confidently thrusting his level 6 god weapon toward Fang Chen, he suddenly felt Fang Chen's figure retreat instantly. Ouyang Zhuge was shocked. The speed of his sword attack was extremely fast. Even some high-level heavenly body tier cultivators couldn't block it. And Fang Chen's speed of retreat actually surpassed the speed of his sword attack. You can't dodge. Ouyang Zhuge sneered and continued to pursue. Who said I'm going to dodge? Fang Chen suddenly spoke up. Immediately, he used the Thunderfall sword technique. The Thunderfall sword technique at the level of great accomplishment had boundless power. It wasn't something that Ouyang Zhuge's sword technique could compare to. Boom! The dark sword light suddenly blasted toward Ouyang Zhuge's level 6 god weapon. Catcher! The two sword lights collided fiercely, erupting with a destructive aura. Fang Chen knew that his god weapon was inferior to Ouyang Zhuge's, so he cleverly dodged the attack of the level 6 god weapon. Bang! A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Then, it swooped down as fast as lightning, merging with Fang Chen's sword light to form the strongest attack, shattering Ouyang Zhuge's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. No! Ouyang Zhuge's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. However, it was already too late. His body flew out uncontrollably. Bang! A heavy sound rang out as Ouyang Zhuge's body fell to the edge of the fighting ring. In front of him, there was a figure holding a long sword, pressing it against his neck. Crash! The sudden change caused all the martial artists to be completely dumbfounded. What happened? Ouyang Zhuge was actually defeated. Oh my god, how strong is Fang Chen? Even Ouyang Zhuge was defeated. That sword light just now was too oppressive. Many martial artists felt a lingering fear in their hearts. The sword qi on the fighting ring quickly dissipated. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and pressed it against Ouyang Zhuge's body. At this moment, Ouyang Zhuge's face was ferocious and he had fallen into madness. Fang Chen looked at him coldly and immediately put away the hidden star sword. 500 sword sources, Fang Chen said. Ouyang Zhuge got up and crazily charged at Fang Chen. Seeing this, the latter frowned slightly and a trace of killing intent shot out from his eyes. Stop! At this moment, the elder in charge of the fighting ring appeared and shouted, stopping Ouyang Zhuge. "You have already lost," the elder in charge said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for Fang Chen showing mercy, Ouyang Zhuge would have already become a corpse. Fang Chen wins this battle. Hand over the sword sources and leave quickly. Ouyang Zhuge didn't dare to disobey the elder in charge's order. He reluctantly took out 500 sword sources and threw them to Fang Chen, then turned and left. Before leaving, he fiercely glared at Fang Chen. Not bad. Showing mercy at the crucial moment. Very good. The elder in charge was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. To be able to show mercy at the crucial moment on the fighting ring was enough to see this person's character. "I'm only fighting for the sword sources. As for his life, I don't care about it," Fang Chen said as he spread out his hands. The battle on the fighting ring ended just like that. All the warriors felt like they were dreaming. Fang Chen, who was ranked 100th on the Tianhua ranking, had defeated Ouyang Zhuge, who was ranked 50th. This was too crazy. The elders who were hiding in the dark were also shocked. The sword faction had produced an amazing genius. In the clouds, Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes flashed. She looked at Fang Chen's back and sank into deep thought. Not long after, the news spread throughout the sword faction. Even the other factions knew about it. After all, many people paid attention to the battles of the top 100 on the Tianhua ranking. The next time the Tianhua ranking was compiled, Fang Chen's ranking would definitely be much higher. Fang Chen defeated Ouyang Zhuge and became famous in one battle. Many disciples who had looked down on him before all came to befriend him. Because of him, Kong Zhong even became a very popular disciple in the sword faction. However, all this was nothing to Fang Chen. This was just the beginning of his plan. Ouyang Zhuge was powerful, but compared to the geniuses in the purgatory, he was nothing. Fang Chen had been training in the purgatory for a few years. He was no longer comparable to Ouyang Zhuge and the others. His opponents were those super secluded great clans, as well as the well-known younger generation of the three god clans. As for the younger generation of the old Hua Islands, he would soon surpass them. In the courtyard, Fang Chen played with the sword sources that he had just earned with a smile on his face. Kong Zhong was cultivating at the side. However, at this moment, a mysterious guest appeared. Seeing this person, Fang Chen was stunned for a while. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Jian Wuhong's red dress fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. Her every move was so seductive. Even her voice was so pleasant. She was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. Among the women that Fang Chen knew, Princess Xin and Bai Qingqing were already considered top-notch beauties. However, in front of Jian Wuhong, the two of them were overshadowed. It wasn't that they weren't pretty enough. It was just that Jian Wuhong was too beautiful. 8 Wonderful Brush 8 Pavilion 8, Oshi was simply devastatingly beautiful. Third on the Tianhua ranking, Jian Wuhong. Hearing Jian Wuhong's words, Fang Chen smiled awkwardly and gestured for her to enter. Jian Wuhong stepped forward and entered the courtyard. She sat on a stone bench. Looking at Fang Chen, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to know me." Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled. Chapter 1342. Fang Chen didn't know why Jian Wuhong was here. When Jian Wuhong heard Fang Chen's words, she shook her head and said, "That's what the world calls me." Then she waved her hand and gestured for Fang Chen to sit down. "May I know why Miss Wuhong is here?" Fang Chen asked. Jian Wuhong was ranked 3rd on the Tianhua ranking and was rarely seen. She was the most dazzling existence in the entire old Hua Islands. Fang Chen didn't think that he had enough charisma to attract Jian Wuhong. She must have come for something. As expected, Jian Wuhong didn't beat around the bush and said, "I saw your battle with Ouyang Zhuge." Fang Chen didn't say anything and waited for her to continue. Jian Wuhong paused for a moment before continuing, "Your attainments in the sword Dao are very high. No matter how strong I am, I'm still not as strong as you," Fang Chen said. "That's because your cultivation is too low. If we were at the same level, I wouldn't be your match," Jian Wuhong said directly. "If my guess is correct, you've been to the purgatory." Hearing this, Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he looked at Jian Wuhong in confusion. The lightning fall sword you used was a secret technique from White Bone City, Jian Wuhong explained. Hearing that, Fang Chen finally understood. Jian Wuhong probably thought that he had been to the purgatory because of the lightning fall sword. Yes, I have indeed been to the purgatory. This lightning fall sword was exchanged for in White Bone City, Fang Chen said with a sigh. Jian Wuhong's bright eyes stared at Fang Chen. After a while, she said, "Can you give me your lightning fall sword?" Hearing that, Fang Chen fell silent. A trade. The lightning fall sword was his strongest offensive secret technique so far. Furthermore, he had spent a large amount of military contribution points to exchange for it after killing the outsiders in the purgatory. What could Jian Wuhong give him? I know that the Thunderfall sword art is very precious and requires at least tens of thousands of military merits to exchange for it. However, I really want this sword technique. Furthermore, I will also take out some supreme treasures to exchange for it. Seeing Fang Chen's silence, Jian Wuhong continued. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen asked, "What do you need the Thunderfall sword art for?" No one was willing to trade their cultivation techniques with others. Because once he did that, his opponent would definitely understand all of his offensive methods. At that time, he would be under the control of others. Right now, Fang Chen wasn't a match for Red Sword Dance, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be in the future. Therefore, it was better to be on guard. One of my sword skills is extremely difficult to cultivate. It requires the assistance of lightning-attributed sword skills. Jian Wuhong didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. Oh. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard that. Who would have thought that there was such a sword art in the world that required the assistance of thunder sword arts? The Thunderfall sword art was already a high-level secret technique. Could it be that Red Sword Dance cultivated a top-grade secret technique? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's emotions were complicated. He didn't quickly make a decision. As long as you're willing to trade, I'm willing to pay any price, Jian Wuhong continued. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Jian Wuhong. She was staring straight at him. He could tell that she was very anxious. With your status, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find some lightning-attributed secret techniques. Why do you want my Thunderfall sword art? Fang Chen asked. With Jian Wuhong's strength, even entering purgatory wouldn't be a problem. This matter is complicated. Jian Wuhong didn't seem to want to say it. However, after thinking for a moment, she decided to say it. Her eyes flickered as she sank into her memories. The secret technique that Jian Wuhong cultivated was indeed a top-grade secret technique. It was very powerful. However, Jian Wuhong hadn't cultivated it to the initial stage. She was only at the initial stage. Even so, Jian Wuhong had become third on the Tianhua ranking because of this secret technique. Jian Wuhong had once gone to purgatory and offended some human commanders, causing her to hastily escape from purgatory. After that, she never went to purgatory again. She had obtained an inheritance in purgatory. That inheritance just so happened to contain a top-grade secret technique. It was the secret technique that Jian Wuhong was currently cultivating. This secret technique had come from the same person as the Thunderfall sword art. That was why Jian Wuhong was so excited when she saw that Fang Chen possessed the Thunderfall sword art. After hearing Jian Wuhong's words, Fang Chen nodded. So Jian Wuhong had encountered the same thing as him. However, he had offended the foreign races, while she had offended the human race. However, the more he listened to Jian Wuhong, the more curious he became about this top-grade secret technique. You're saying that your top-grade secret technique came from the same person as my Thunderfall sword art? Fang Chen repeated. Jian Wuhong nodded. That's right. May I ask what your secret technique is? Fang Chen continued. The 10,000 lightning heaven fusion technique. Jian Wuhong didn't hide it. Fang Chen had never heard of this secret technique, but he was curious. I can make a deal with you, but first I want to see your sincerity, Fang Chen said. Crash. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong flicked her wrist and a pill appeared in her palm. This is a Sword Cloud Dragon Subduing Pill. It's a 6th grade pill made by a 6-star formation master of the Old East Alliance, she said. This pill is very important to Sword Dao cultivators, said Yi Futian. If my guess is correct, you've also cultivated the advanced true enlightenment sword art, correct? Fang Chen nodded. You should be stuck at the bottleneck of the third step, the Sword Emperor realm. Jian Wuhong said. With this pill, you can easily break through the bottleneck and reach the fourth step, the Sword Spirit realm. The advanced true enlightenment sword ART's 5 steps were the foundation for sword cultivators. If he could reach the Sword Spirit realm, it would be of great help to Fang Chen. Although this pill was very tempting, Fang Chen still shook his head. He estimated that even if he didn't take this pill, it would only take a few years for him to reach the Sword Spirit realm. I can also give you a 6th grade weapon. Jian Wuhong had already guessed that the Sword Cloud Dragon subduing pill alone wouldn't be enough to move Fang Chen. How about it? Jian Wuhong asked. Fang Chen shook his head. I want to see your myriad lightning heavens fusion technique. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong's expression slightly changed, and she directly said, no. The myriad lightning heavens fusion technique was her secret. She couldn't let anyone see it. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Fang Chen stood up and gestured for her to leave. Jian Wuhong was a bit unwilling to accept this. Fang Chen, if you make a deal with me, I will owe you a favor. I can also take you to the Sword Heart realm, she said. Fang Chen shook his head. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong sighed and turned to leave. Looking at Jian Wuhong's departing figure, Fang Chen smiled slyly. He believed that Jian Wuhong would definitely come looking for him here. Thatched hut, bluestone. Ouyang Zhuge was enraged. His expression was malevolent. Beside him, there were a few official disciples. Senior brother Ouyang, that Fang Chen is too strong. I think we shouldn't provoke him. Yeah, even senior brother Ouyang can't beat him. We're definitely not his match. The official disciples had seen Fang Chen's strength with their own eyes. How would they dare to go against Fang Chen? Bullshit. Ouyang Zhuge flew into a rage and berated loudly. Fang Chen, I'm not done with you, Ouyang Zhuge said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with killing intent. However, Ouyang Zhuge also knew that with his strength, he definitely couldn't defeat Fang Chen. So he thought of a brilliant plan. Borrow someone else's knife to kill him. In a few days senior brother Fu Dalong will come out of seclusion. Ouyang Zhuge sneered. After defeating Ouyang Zhuge, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the Old East Alliance. A few days later, the leader of the Sword sect found Fang Chen. Fang Chen, come with me to the Formations sect. Fang Chen nodded and followed the leader of the Sword Dao faction to the Formation faction. There were many sects in the Old East Alliance. The leader of each sect had a very high status. After learning that Fang Chen had defeated Ouyang Zhuge, the leader of the Sword sect had investigated Fang Chen's identity. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't investigated, but when he did, he was shocked. Fang Chen was a genius who had broken through to the Limitier level. Such a genius had actually quietly joined the Sword Dao faction, which made the leader of the Sword Dao faction pleasantly surprised. There were only 3 Limitiers in the entire Old Hua Islands, and all of them were in the Old East Alliance. Now, his Sword Dao faction had one as well. Moreover, he had secretly observed Fang Chen. He had extraordinary potential and needed to be trained. The Formations sect. This place was filled with countless formations. Fang Chen was shocked. As expected of the Formations sect. He didn't know what level their leader had reached. You're here, calloused. Suddenly, a figure appeared. His aura was strong and gave Fang Chen a lot of pressure. To be able to speak to the leader of the Sword sect in such a manner, he had to be the leader of the Formations sect. How is it? Are the others here? The leader asked. A few are not. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Fang Chen. This is the genius who broke through to the Limitier level in your sword sect. The leader of the Sword Dao faction nodded. His cultivation is a bit weak, but his strength is not bad. Obviously, he had heard the news that Fang Chen had defeated Ouyang Zhuge. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go in first. Then, he pulled the leader of the sword sect and prepared to enter the meeting hall. At this time, the leader of the sword sect looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, the Formations sect has a genius who broke through to the Limitier level. I brought you here so that you can communicate with him. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. So that's how it is. Wonderful Brush 8 Pavilion 8. Oh, while they were talking, a white-robed warrior appeared. Wu Zong, show Fang Chen around and tell him the path of cultivation after breaking through to the limitier level, the leader of the formations sect said. The white-robed warrior nodded and said, come with me. After the white-robed warrior left with Fang Chen, the two leaders entered the meeting hall. The white-robed warrior had a high status in the formations sect. He was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, he was very kind to Fang Chen. Chapter 1343. His name was Bai Wuzong, and he was the first disciple of the School of Formations. He was also the strongest in the field. Within the School of Formations, Bai Wuzong's reputation was high. He was also one of 3 ancient Eastern Alliance geniuses to break through to the limitier level. As a result, he received a lot of attention. Bai Wuzong was a proud man. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't waste his time receiving guests from other schools. But Fang Chen was different. He'd also broken through to the limitier level. As a limitier himself, Bai Wuzong knew better than anyone. Breaking through to the limitier level required a great deal of effort. That was inhumane torture. It was not something an outsider could imagine. Breaking through to the limitier level was proof of excellence in all aspects. Most importantly, it was tenacity. Fang Chen had broken through to the limitier level, so Bai Wuzong respected him. Brother Fang, I'll take you on a walk. Bai Wuzong looked over at Fang Chen and laughed. Fang Chen nodded. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Bai. Bai Wuzong and Fang Chen walked side by side through the School of Formations courtyard. As they walked, Bai Wuzong explained to Fang Chen a few things about the School of Formations. Brother Fang, do you see that mountain up ahead? Suddenly, Bai Wuzong stopped and pointed at the mountain ahead of them. Fang Chen lifted his head and looked off into the distance. He saw a mountain that stood out from the rest. It was different because it was shrouded in a grey mist. At first glance, it was clear it was covered in a protective formation. Bai Wuzong's next words confirmed Fang Chen's suspicions. Our School of Formations has a powerful protective formation around it. That mountain is the center of the formation. Bai Wuzong smiled. His words were filled with hope for the grand defensive formation. Oh, the center of the formation. Fang Chen was also a little surprised. As a 5-star divine formation master, he knew very well how difficult it was to set up such a huge formation core. May I know who set up this formation? Fang Chen asked. It's one of the almighty seniors from our array formation sect. The protective mountain array is an 8th-order array formation. Even a creation realm expert can't break it, Bai Wuzong introduced. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. An 8th-tier array formation was something he didn't even dare to imagine. No wonder Fang Chen always felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire after entering the array formation school. So it was because of this Tier 8 array formation. This Rank 8 array has a very powerful ability to gather the power of the stars. Martial artists of our array faction will be able to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort, Bai Wuzong said. Fang Chen nodded. This was the benefit of studying array formations. The two of them continued walking. Soon, they arrived in front of a pagoda. Bai Wuzong introduced them to Fang Chen according to the rules. This array formation is called the Heavenly Array Pagoda. It's a place where disciples of our array formation sect train, Bai Wuzong said. It's similar to the Dragon Sword Pagoda of your Sword Dao sect. The Heavenly Array Pagoda has a total of 9 levels, corresponding to Tier 9 array formations. Disciples often enter the Heavenly Array Pagoda to comprehend the Tao of arrays. Bai Wuzong smiled. However, so far, the disciples of the array formation sect have reached the 6th level. I think the one who reached the 6th level should be you, Brother Bai? Fang Chen asked. Bai Wuzong chuckled. Unfortunately, I couldn't make any progress, let alone reach the legendary 9th level. The 9th level represented the strength of a Tier 9 array formation. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Even the leader of the array formation sect couldn't step into the 9th level, let alone Bai Wuzong. With Brother Bai's attainments in the Tao of Arrays, you'll definitely be able to reach the 9th level in the future, Fang Chen said. Bai Wuzong spread his hands and didn't say anything else. Fang Chen carefully observed the heavenly array pagoda. There were many disciples of the array formation sect in front of the heavenly array pagoda. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a male duck's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the disciples of the array formation sect looked over. A disciple of the array formation sect walked over to Fang Chen in front of everyone's eyes. "You're Fang Chen of the Sword Path sect?" asked the disciple. Fang Chen nodded. Hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on the disciple's face. "Tempage, what is a disciple of the Sword Path sect doing in my array formation sect?" "WN Luo, Brother Fang is a guest," said Bai Wuzong with some displeasure. "Senior Brother Bai, I don't like this Fang Chen. I heard he defeated Ouyang Zhuge, so I want to challenge him," said WN Luo. The disciples in front of the heavenly array pagoda all looked at Fang Chen. They all knew that the reason WN Luo was targeting Fang Chen was because Ouyang Zhuge was his good brother. "Fang Chen, if you have the guts, then fight me," said WN Luo coldly. Bai Wuzong was just about to scold him when Fang Chen stopped him. "Brother Bai, since he wants to challenge me, if I don't accept, wouldn't I be called a coward?" Fang Chen turned to WN Luo. In truth, Fang Chen could guess that the reason the myriad needles were targeting him was because of Ouyang Zhuge. "Do you have a sword source?" asked Fang Chen. WN Luo shook his head. What would a disciple of the array formation sect need a sword source for? "Then what do you have?" "You know my rules. If you want to challenge me, then prepare enough supreme treasures. Otherwise, I won't accept your challenge," said Fang Chen. "Brat, you dare to be so arrogant in my array formation sect's territory," sneered WN Luo. He took out something similar to a sword source. "I have a formation source. Do you dare to bet with me?" Fang Chen looked at Bai Wuzong doubtfully. Formation sources are the same as sword sources. They contain powerful array Tao energy. If a disciple of the array formation sect meditates on them, they can increase their comprehension of the array Tao, explained Bai Wuzong. Fang Chen's eyes brightened. "Sure, but if it's less than 100, I won't accept your challenge," said Fang Chen. WAN Luo was infuriated. He wanted to explode, but when he saw Bai Wuzong, he restrained himself. WAN Luo walked into the crowd and began whispering. A moment later, he gathered 100 formation sources and said, "Fang Chen, here are 100 formation sources. Can you fight me now?" "Sure." Fang Chen agreed without hesitation. Bai Wuzong didn't stop him. He didn't think WN Luo could defeat Fang Chen. A genius who had broken through the peak realm wasn't so easy to defeat. Crash. As soon as Fang Chen spoke, WN Luo's wrist shook, and a formation appeared. This was a 5th-tier formation, and its binding power was extremely strong. It would be very difficult to escape from the formation. "Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, now that you've fallen into my formation, how will you escape?" laughed WAN Luo. In truth, WN Luo's strength was on par with Ouyang Zhuge's. The reason he dared to challenge Fang Chen was because he had a powerful formation backing him. Just now, he had set up a formation to trap Fang Chen. Many disciples were discussing this in front of the heavenly formation tower. Bai Wuzong was also pensively looking at this 5th-tier formation. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the formation, looked at the formation around him and sneered. "You want to trap me with such a formation?" Fang Chen's voice rang out through the formation. WAN Luo became even angrier. "Stop pretending. If you have the ability, break this formation first." WAN Luo wasn't in a hurry to attack. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring coldly at Fang Chen. Everyone knew that the battle was over. Fang Chen had lost. However, what they didn't know was, in just a few seconds, the formation collapsed with a deafening sound. What's going on? Many disciples didn't understand. They thought WN Luo had broken the formation himself. But when they heard WN Luo's cry, they were shocked. "How did you break my formation?" WAN Luo cried out. Fang Chen smiled brilliantly, revealing a row of white teeth. He said, "This formation of yours is too trashy." Fat. Wan Luo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at Fang Chen walking over step by step, Wan Luo was like a frosted eggplant. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chen with a smile. Wan Luo was furious, but he didn't dare say anything. His greatest reliance was his fifth-tier formation, but it had been broken by Fang Chen. While Fang Chen wasn't paying attention, Wan Luo waved his hand and set up another fifth-tier formation. "Chen-ph, I won't give you a chance this time." Wan Luo charged into the formation and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. Crack! Wan Luo had just charged in when the formation shattered. In an instant, Wan Luo's body came to a halt. His face was filled with disbelief. His fist stopped in the air, not punching out. Bang! Fang Chen sent Wan Luo flying with a punch. "You think you can fool me with this little trick?" Fang Chen sneered and walked over to Wan Luo. "Give me the formation source." Wan Luo was afraid and took out the formation source. Looking around, Fang Chen said, "If there's anyone who refuses to accept me, Fang Chen, you can fight me at any time. The prerequisite is that you have prepared the formation source." Hearing this, Bai Wuzong was speechless. It seemed that he was here to earn the formation source. However, Bai Wuzong's view of Fang Chen had also changed. Sword Dao potential is heaven-defying, and his formation attainments aren't low either. He's a genius. Bai Wuzong thought to himself. Defeating Wan Luo so easily intimidated everyone. Almost no one was willing to challenge Fang Chen. Even Wan Luo was defeated. If they made a move, wouldn't they be courting death? "Brother Fang, how good would it be if you were a disciple of my formation faction?" Bai Wuzong laughed loudly and walked to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen put away the formation source, chuckled, and looked around. He was waiting for some ignorant guy to jump out and challenge him. 88 however, there was really someone who was ignorant. Luo Rongyuan, who was second only to Bai Wuzong in the formation faction, came. When Luo Rongyuan arrived, many disciples opened up a path. Even Wan Luo jumped up in an instant and hurried to Luo Rongyuan's side. "Brother Luo, you're here." Wan Luo said. "Trash." Luo Rongyuan's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen and said. Chapter 1344. Luo Rongyuan was one of the peak geniuses of the formation arts. He had always thought that Bai Wuzong was better than him in breaking through the peak realms. So he had always been unconvinced by Bai Wuzong. Almost every month, he would challenge Bai Wuzong. However, in the past few years, he had been suppressed by Bai Wuzong. It had to be said that Luo Rongyuan's formation arts were very strong, and his talent was also outstanding. If it weren't for Bai Wuzong, he would definitely have his own glory. However, he was unwilling to be second place forever, so he had always wanted to surpass Bai Wuzong. Normally, he wouldn't even appear. He had always been bitterly cultivating the formation arts. Now, although he was a 5-star formation master, he was at the peak. His combat power was close to a 6-star formation master. His arrival made Wan Luo very happy. "You're Fang Chen?" Luo Rongyuan's expression was gloomy as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't say anything, but Bai Wuzong did. Luo Rongyuan, Wan Luo challenged Fang Chen and was defeated. "You probably shouldn't interfere in this matter." Only now did Fang Chen realize that Luo Rongyuan had come to stand up for Wan Luo. Thinking of that, Fang Chen sneered inside. After beating up the small one, the big one came out. How laughable. He had seen this kind of thing many times. He didn't fear anyone. "If I was defeated by you, I wouldn't have anything to say. But if I, Luo Rongyuan, didn't do anything, I would be ridiculed by others," said Luo Rongyuan. His words were filled with disdain for Fang Chen. Bai Wuzong took a step forward and blocked in front of Fang Chen. "Luo Rongyuan, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you." "Bai Wuzong, I'll fight you in a bit. But first, I'll have to take care of him," said Luo Rongyuan icily. "Not everyone has the qualifications to bully my people." Luo Rongyuan's aura surged, and he pressed down on Fang Chen. Bai Wuzong wanted to help Fang Chen, but Fang Chen stopped him. Brother Fang. Bai Wuzong knew Luo Rongyuan's opponent very well. In terms of combat effectiveness, Fang Chen was no weaker than Luo Rongyuan. However, Luo Rongyuan's attainments in formations were very strong. Once he was trapped in a formation, there was basically no hope for him. Fang Chen walked in front of Luo Rongyuan and asked in front of everyone, "Do you have an array source? Without it, I won't make a move." Hearing this, Luo Rongyuan smiled. He laughed at Fang Chen's idiocy. "I have plenty of formation sources, but do you have the strength to take them?" Luo Ronghuan shrugged. Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he continued to ask, "You still have to make it clear in advance. Otherwise, what if you refuse to admit defeat?" Luo Rongyuan was speechless. Did he really think he could win and even wanted his array source? Luo Rongyuan didn't waste any more time and directly said, "If you can win, I'll give you 1,000 array cores. But if you lose, I'll take one of your arms. How about that?" "Okay, it's settled then." Fang Chen readily agreed. 1,000 array cores was not a small amount. Since Fang Chen agreed, Bai Wuzong couldn't say anything. He just nodded at Fang Chen and walked to the side. The disciples retreated one after another, leaving only Fang Chen and Luo Rongyuan in the square. "Boy, I'll only set up one formation. If you can break the formation, it'll be your win." After saying that, Luo Rongyuan made a move. He waved his hand and the aura around him rippled. Crash! 18 sword sources flew out of his arms and directly drilled into the ground. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Using sword sources as the formation base is too extravagant. Buzz! After the formation was set up, Fang Chen's surroundings were enveloped by the formation. Outside the formation, Luo Rongyuan's face was filled with a wild look. This formation was the most tyrannical formation he had so far. It wasn't a 6th-level formation, but it was better than a 6th-level formation. Its might was so overbearing that it was simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. Moreover, after Luo Rongyuan's improvement, using sword sources instead of purple crystals as the formation base, the formation was even more stable. It was almost impossible to blast it open with brute force. Star-severing formation. Seeing this, Bai Wuzong was also stunned and immediately became a little anxious. He didn't expect Luo Rongyuan to really succeed in improving the star-severing formation. All along, the formation that Luo Rongyuan was most proud of was the star-severing formation with the strongest attack power among the 5th-level formations. However, using the star-severing formation to deal with Bai Wuzong failed repeatedly. After that, Luo Rongyuan kept reflecting and began to improve the star-severing formation. Today, he came out of seclusion to fight with Bai Wuzong. However, he encountered this incident on the way. Therefore, he directly set up the star-severing formation to test its power. Boom! Inside the star-severing formation, beams of bright light carrying a powerful aura blasted towards Fang Chen. The latter took out the hidden star sword and constantly performed the mysterious sky-sealing technique. Sword nets blocked the attacks of the bright light. At the same time, Fang Chen was also looking for a way to break the formation. What an exquisite formation! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The attack power of this formation was very strong and continuous, comparable to a 6th-level formation. This Luo Rongyuan is also considered a talent, Fang Chen said. To be able to improve the star-severing formation to such an extent, it was already considered very good. Outside the formation, Bai Wuzong looked at Fang Chen anxiously. Luo Rongyuan, on the other hand, laughed loudly. "Brother Luo, your strength has improved again. After this battle, the position of the chief disciple of the formation faction is yours." Wan Luo took the opportunity to flatter. Hearing that, Luo Rongyuan was very happy. "My star-severing formation uses 18 pieces of array sources as the array base. It's impossible for this kid to break it." Luo Rongyuan was very confident in his formation. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Fang Chen had been trapped in the formation. "Brother Luo, why haven't you dealt with this kid yet?" Wan Luo asked. Luo Rongyuan's face was gloomy, and he had a lot of thoughts. This kid's defense is very strong, But he won't be able to hold on for long, Luo Rongyuan said in a deep voice. For 6 consecutive hours, Fang Chen was resisting the star-severing formation. At a certain moment, in the meeting hall of the formation faction, some of the leaders walked out one after another. Hey! As soon as they came out of the meeting hall, the leader of the formation faction noticed the battle in the square. Luo Rongyuan set up the star-severing formation. Who is he dealing with? As he spoke, he noticed Fang Chen in the formation. What's going on? The other leaders also noticed this scene. Let's go and take a look. Many leaders came to the clouds in the void and looked down at the battle below. After this star-severing formation was improved, its attack power has obviously become much stronger, a leader of a certain faction said. The leader of the formation faction nodded in satisfaction. Luo Rongyuan's talent in the formation path is very strong. However, this Fang Chen is also not bad. His combat power is very strong, and it is said that he is a genius who broke through the boundary. For a time, many leaders began to discuss who would win the battle. I think Luo Rongyuan will win. That's not necessarily true. I think Fang Chen will win. How about a bet? At the mention of a bet, many of the leaders became interested one after another. Okay, let's bet. What are we betting on? Let's bet on a spot to jump through the Dragon Gate. How about it? The leader of the sword faction said. Hearing the words jump through the Dragon Gate, the other leaders' expressions changed drastically. Some leaders shook their heads, not wanting to participate in the bet. As for the leaders of the formation faction and the weapon refining faction, they were eager to give it a try. I bet that Luo Rongyuan will win. If he loses, the spot to jump through the Dragon Gate will be yours. I also bet that Luo Rongyuan will win. The leaders of the two factions all bet that Luo Rongyuan will win. I bet that Fang Chen will win. The leader of the sword faction smiled. Ha ha ha, old cocoon, you'll definitely lose this time. The leader of the refining faction laughed. If you lose, there will only be one spot to jump through the Dragon Gate. How will the two of us split it? The leader of the formation faction asked. Yeah, why haven't I arrived yet? If I lose, I'll give up 2 spots. How about it? The leader of the sword faction pondered for a moment before making up his mind. Hearing this, the leaders of the other factions were all shocked. As a leader, they could obtain a spot to jump through the Dragon Gate every year. Jumping through the Dragon Gate was very important to them, and the leader of the sword faction was actually willing to give up 2 spots to bet that Fang Chen would win. Old cocoon, just wait to lose. If you can't enter the Dragon Gate in 2 years, your strength will definitely be at the bottom of the leaders. The leader of the formation faction laughed. After the leaders finalized the bet, they continued to watch the battle. Below, Fang Chen was still trapped in the formation. Bai Wuzong frowned, thinking about something. Fang Chen, admit defeat. You can't break my formation. Luo Rongyuan sneered. WN Luo, who was at the side, also mocked Fang Chen. No one was optimistic that Fang Chen would be able to break the star-severing formation. However, at this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the formation, had a smile on his face. After 6 hours, he finally found the trajectory of the star-severing formation. I see. Fang Chen suddenly understood. He glanced at the formation and immediately saw through the trajectory of the formation. Then, he confidently held the star-concealing sword and began to crack the formation. Although I can't break the base of the formation, which is made of sword source, I can break it from other places, Fang Chen said. He broke through the formation with a single point. After Fang Chen found the trajectory of the star-severing formation, he used the Thunderfall sword art and directly penetrated the formation. Crack! The star-severing formation that was in operation came to an abrupt stop. Well, what's going on? Luo Rongyuan's face suddenly changed, and he was puzzled. However, no matter how he tried to control it, he couldn't contact the star-severing formation. He realized that something was wrong, and his face changed drastically. It was also at this moment that the star-severing formation shattered, and Fang Chen walked out of it indifferently. How can you break my star-severing formation? Luo Rongyuan exclaimed. In the square, all the cultivators were completely shocked. Even Bai Wuzong was surprised. Fang Chen really cracked the star-severing formation. The star-severing formation is indeed not bad, Fang Chen said. However, you still lost. Hearing this, Luo Rongyuan's face was hideous, not believing that he had lost. I didn't lose. Chapter 1345. As long as it was an array formation, there would be flaws. Moreover, it was the star-severing array that had been modified by Luo Rongyuan. The star-severing array itself intercepted the power of the stars in the martial artist's body and cut off the connection between the martial artist and the star pagoda, so that the star pagoda would no longer provide energy to the martial artist. In this way, the strength of the martial artist would be greatly reduced, and over time, he would definitely lose. However, Luo Rongyuan seemed to want to strengthen the attack power of the star-severing array. Therefore, the direction of his modification was to strengthen the attack power. Once the balance was destroyed, it would inevitably cause some minor problems. Obviously, Luo Rongyuan didn't care. As long as the attack power was strong, there was no need to worry about anything else. Therefore, Fang Chen found an opportunity to break the star-severing array in one fell swoop. Luo Rongyuan exclaimed loudly, unable to accept this fact. He forcibly made a move, wanting to severely injure Fang Chen. However, without the array formation, Luo Rongyuan was like a lion without sharp claws, unable to pose any threat to Fang Chen. Swoosh! He cast the Thunderfall sword technique, and a thunderous sword light slashed down from the sky, directly blasting Luo Rongyuan's body. Bang! Luo Rongyuan's body flew out. He was defeated, thoroughly defeated. 1,000 array sources, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. I didn't lose. Luo Rongyuan roared crazily, stood up, and rushed towards Fang Chen. At this moment, in the clouds of the void, the leader of the Sword Dao faction laughed out loud, while the leaders of the Array faction and the Weapon Refining faction had bitter faces. Old Cocoon, did you know in advance? The leader of the Weapon Refining faction asked. In all honesty, I didn't know at all. I bet on Fang Chen just to win face for my Sword Dao faction, the leader of the Sword Dao faction said innocently. The leader of the Array faction said, if you agree to the bet, you must accept your loss. This year's Dragon Gate Leap quota is yours. After saying that, his figure flashed and landed on the square. He reached out his big hand and grabbed Luo Rongyuan, who had fallen into madness. Enough. Luo Rongyuan was grabbed by the leader of the Array faction, and he immediately sobered up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get lost. The leader of the Formation faction was very angry. He was unwilling to lose a spot to jump through the Dragon Gate just like that. After being reprimanded by the helmsman, even if Luo Rongyuan was angry, he didn't dare to say anything. He gave Fang Chen an aggrieved look, then turned around and left. Helmsman. Bai Wuzong cupped his hands and called out. The leader of the Array faction nodded. At this time, the other leaders also landed on the ground. Fang Chen was also a little taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many leaders. Hurry up and leave, said the leader of the Formation faction. Bai Wuzong, stay behind. In the blink of an eye, all the ordinary disciples had left. Only the helmsman, Fang Chen, and Bai Wuzong were left in the square. Fang Chen, well done. The leader of the Sword Dao faction grinned. The other leaders were very envious of the leader of the Sword Dao faction, who had obtained 2 places to leap through the Dragon Gate. Old Cocoon, I can't accept the bet just now. Do you dare to make another bet? Asked the leader of the Formation faction. What bet? Have Fang Chen fight Bai Wuzong, said the leader of the Formation faction. This. The leader of the Sword Dao faction hesitated. Bai Wuzong was a 6-star formation master. Fang Chen didn't have much chance of winning against him. Do you dare to bet? Asked the leader of the Formation faction. He wanted to get back at them. If you don't dare to bet, then forget it. He deliberately provoked the leader of the Sword Dao faction. What are you afraid of? Let's bet. The leader of the Sword Dao faction also threw caution to the wind. Wasn't it just a place to leap through the Dragon Gate? I also want to bet. I bet on Bai Wuzong. Immediately, 5 leaders jumped out and bet on Bai Wuzong. The leader of the Sword Dao faction's face turned green. However, it was impossible for him to back out now. Old Callus, I'll make sure you lose everything this time. The leader of the Array Formation faction gloated over Old Callus' misfortune. How can we miss such a good opportunity? Said the leaders who had placed their bets. The other leaders were still watching. They didn't want to participate. The leader of the Sword Dao faction glanced at them. He was a little unhappy, but he still nodded. Fine, I'll bet. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? He forced himself to stay strong. All right. Bai Wuzong, use all your strength to fight Fang Chen. Don't hold back. The leader of the Formation faction ordered. Bai Wuzong and Fang Chen were a little speechless. It seemed that these leaders were betting on the two of them. However, the leader's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Brother Fang, I'm sorry. Bai Wuzong said apologetically. Fang Chen waved his hand. I also know a little about formations. I'll take this opportunity to ask Brother Bai for some advice. The leaders all retreated. Fang Chen and Bai Wuzong stood in the square. Fang Chen glanced at the leader of the Sword Dao faction and took a deep breath. Although he didn't know what a place to leap through the Dragon Gate was, it should be incomparably important. No matter what, he had to win this battle. Otherwise, the leader of the Sword Dao faction would lose miserably. Brother Fang, I'm going to make my move, Bai Wuzong said. Whoosh. Fang Chen changed his usual behavior. Before Bai Wuzong could set up his own formation, he set up one himself. The Chaos Origin Killing formation was set up in an instant. Rumble. Inside the Chaos Origin Killing formation, killing intent filled the air. Bai Wuzong was trapped inside. Brother Bai, I'm sorry. You're too strong. I can only use this method to deal with you. Fang Chen said apologetically. Immediately, he rushed into the Chaos Origin Killing formation and attacked Bai Wuzong. With the help of the Chaos Origin Killing formation, Fang Chen faintly suppressed Bai Wuzong. In the beginning, the leaders who made the bet had smiles on their faces. However, after seeing Fang Chen's formation, their faces completely darkened. Especially the leader of the Array Formation faction. Could this be the long-lost Chaos Origin Killing formation? The leader of the Formation faction was knowledgeable and immediately thought of the Chaos Origin Killing formation. It really is the Chaos Origin Killing formation. He carefully observed and found that the trajectory of this formation was exactly the same as the Chaos Origin Killing formation, but its attack power was a bit weaker. Thinking of this, his face turned pale. Old Ox, what's wrong? Asked the leader of the Weapon Refining faction. Only then did the other leaders notice the expression of the leader of the Formation faction. Old Ox, your face doesn't look good. Are you worried about losing? Chaos Origin Killing formation. Fang Chen actually set up the Chaos Origin Killing formation. Damn it. From the tone of the leader of the Formation faction, one could tell that this Chaos Origin Killing formation was very powerful. What is the Chaos Origin Killing formation? It was hard to explain in a short time. The leader of the Formation faction only told everyone that the Chaos Origin Killing formation was very terrifying. At least, Bai Wuzong couldn't break it at this stage. How could this be? Fang Chen is too abnormal. His talent in the Sword Dao is so strong, and his talent in formations is also so strong. Although a 5-star formation master was weaker than Bai Wuzong. With the help of the Chaos Origin Killing formation, his combat strength soared. Relying on the advantage of the Chaos Origin Killing formation, Fang Chen had firmly suppressed Bai Wuzong. The more the leader of the Formation faction watched, the paler his face became. About an hour later, the Chaos Origin Killing formation was lifted. Bai Wuzong's forehead was full of sweat, and he stood in the square in a somewhat sorry state. The leader of the Formation faction shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, he still lost. It's not your fault. No one expected Fang Chen to have the Chaos Origin Killing formation. The leader of the Formation faction comforted. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong's eyes widened. Chaos Origin Killing formation? Clearly, he had also heard of the Chaos Origin Killing formation. I didn't lose unjustly, said Bai Wuzong. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the happiest person was the leader of the Sword Dao faction. Getting so many opportunities to jump through the dragon gate at once, his strength would definitely increase greatly. And the faces of the leaders who had bet were ashen. I'll go back first. After a while, the leaders left one after another. Fang Chen, if you're interested in the Formation Dao, you can come to the Formation faction to find me at any time, said the leader of the Formation faction. Thank you, leader. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Fang Chen, you've done a great service today. I'll reward you well. Amidst the laughter, Fang Chen left with the leader of the Sword Dao faction. Back at the Sword Dao faction, the leader gave Fang Chen a scroll of his understanding of the Sword Dao over the years, as well as some notes and insights on the cultivation of the Sword Dao secret techniques. Fang Chen, if there's anything, come to me directly. The leader of the Sword Dao faction said, from now on, you can cultivate in the Heavenly Sword Mountain indefinitely. Even Jian Wuhong had never obtained such authority. One could imagine how great of a contribution Fang Chen had made. Not long after the leader left, Jian Wuhong came again. Once again, she came for the lightning fall sword. I heard that you've made a name for yourself in the Formation faction. You even defeated the head disciple, Bai Wuzong, said Jian Wuhong with a smile. Fang Chen chuckled. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. You're a genius, Jian Wuhong said seriously as she stared at Fang Chen. Thank you for the praise, said Fang Chen. Have you considered my deal? Jian Wuhong brought up an old matter. You know my conditions. If you agree, then we can make the deal. Fang Chen shrugged. He was very interested in the myriad lightning heavens fusion art. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Jian Wuhong said softly, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to comprehend the myriad lightning heavens fusion art at your current cultivation level. Whether or not I can comprehend it is my own business, said Fang Chen. This time, Jian Wuhong had come prepared. I can show you the myriad lightning heavens fusion art, but I have a condition. What condition? Fang Chen asked. You're currently at the 4th level of the heavenly body tier. If you can reach the 6th level of the heavenly body tier within a year, I'll show it to you. If you can't, then I won't give it to you. However, I will use other supreme treasures to compensate for your loss. Red Sword Dance stated her request. Chapter 1346. In fact, Fang Chen hadn't expected Jian Wuhong to take a step back. 8 to study. As for reaching the 6th level of the heavenly body tier within a year, Fang Chen was confident that he could do it. Thus, Fang Chen agreed to Jian Wuhong's request. This way, not only would he get a Sword Cloud Dragon suppressing pill, but he would also get a level 6 divine weapon. Of course, besides the 10,000 lightning fusion technique, he would also owe Jian Wuhong a favor. This was a huge gain. However, Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, forget about the level 6 divine weapon. I'll upgrade my star concealing sword to level 6. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Jian Wuhong nodded. As the 3rd strongest on the Tianhua rankings, she had many connections. Although she was a disciple of the sword sect, she also knew some elders of the weapon refining sect. They could help. No problem, Jian Wuhong said. Jian Wuhong flicked her wrist, and a milky white pill appeared in her hand. This is the Sword Cloud Dragon suppressing pill, Jian Wuhong said. Fang Chen took the pill with a smile on his face. Give me your weapon, Jian Wuhong continued. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He took out the star concealing sword and handed it to Jian Wuhong. I'll return it to you in 3 days, Jian Wuhong said. As for the Sword Heart Mystery Realm, you can enter it when you finish upgrading your weapon. After saying this, Jian Wuhong's figure flashed, and she left. Fang Chen was thinking about the Sword Heart Mystery Realm. What kind of mystery realm was it? Soon, he found out. This was because the Sword Sect's official disciples were all introduced in the booklet. The Sword Sect was one of the ancient Eastern sects. It was comparable to the super sects in the outside world. Naturally, it had many resources under its banner. And the Sword Heart Mystery Realm was one of these resources. Moreover, the Sword Heart Mystery Realm was the highest level of the Sword Sect's many mystery realms. According to the ancient Eastern sect's ranking system, the mystery realms were divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. The Sword Heart Mystery Realm was the supreme mystery realm. Normally, only core disciples were qualified to enter this kind of mystery realm. Furthermore, they had to be in the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings. In the entire way of the sword sect, only 2 people met the requirements, and one of them was Jian Wuhong. The Sword Heart Secret Realm contained unimaginable resources and even inheritances of ancient experts. In short, the Sword Heart Mystic Realm was very attractive to sword cultivators. Without Jian Wuhong's guidance, it was almost impossible for him to enter the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Sword Heart Secret Realm. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Actually, what attracted Fang Chen the most about the Sword Heart Mystery Realm was the legend. A legend related to the sword embryo. It was rumored that the sword embryo was found in the Sword Heart Mystery Realm. Of course, this news was far too old to be verified. Fang Chen couldn't wait to enter the Sword Heart Secret Realm. While waiting for the Red Sword Dance, Fang Chen was also trying his best to understand the primordial killing array. Although he had fully comprehended it, Fang Chen felt that there were some loopholes in the formation when he fought with Bai Wuzong this time. Bai Wuzong was a 6-star formation master, and his understanding of formations was much stronger than his. Fang Chen learned a lot from fighting with Bai Wuzong. The next day, Bai Wuzong came to the way of the sword sect. He came to look for Fang Chen. Even though he had lost to Fang Chen previously, he wasn't angry at all. He felt that Fang Chen's understanding of formations was unique, so he came to discuss it with Fang Chen. "Brother Fang," Bai Wuzong said with a smile. "Brother Bai, I happen to have some questions about formations that I want to ask you," Fang Chen said. The two of them sat on the ground and shared their insights on the Tao of formations with each other. After an entire day, Bai Wuzong learned a lot and left in high spirits. As soon as Bai Wuzong left, Jian Wuhong came. However, her face was a little gloomy. "I'm afraid your divine weapon can't help you improve its grade," Jian Wuhong said and handed the hidden star sword to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was stunned and asked, "What's going on?" Jian Wuhong shook her head. She didn't know either. In the weapon refining sect, the elders who had a good relationship with her also avoided her. They were unwilling to help her refine the hidden star sword. Could it be? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the bet that the leaders made when he fought with Bai Wuzong. Could it be that this matter had something to do with the bet? Thinking of this, Fang Chen roughly knew what was going on. The leader of the weapon refining sect lost the chance to leap through the dragon gate to the leader of the way of the sword sect. He must be very angry. It was natural that he was unwilling to refine a divine weapon for the way of the sword sect. Fang Chen spread his hands and didn't say anything. "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you," Jian Wuhong said. "Are you ready?" Fang Chen nodded. "Good. Let's go now and go to the Sword Heart Secret Territory. When we pass by Huatian City, I will find an old friend to help you refine a divine weapon," Jian Wuhong said. After a while, Fang Chen followed Jian Wuhong and left the Old East Alliance. Coming to Huatian City again, Fang Chen felt a lot of emotions. As soon as they entered Huatian City, the warriors on the streets noticed Jian Wuhong. "Isn't that Jian Wuhong? Third on the Tianhua ranking, Jian Wuhong. Why is she here? Who is that cultivator beside Jian Wuhong? Hey, why does he look so familiar? Isn't he Fang Chen? He's the 100th on the Tianhua ranking. He once won 40 battles in a row and defeated Li Tingxian." Many warriors on the streets were very surprised. Why was Fang Chen walking with Jian Wuhong? Jian Wuhong's expression was calm. She ignored the gasps of the crowd. Fang Chen pursed his lips. No wonder she was third on the Tianhua ranking. No matter where she went, she attracted attention. They hurriedly walked on the streets of Huatian City. At a certain moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Wuhong, you're here." As soon as the voice sounded, a handsome man in a brocade robe appeared out of thin air. His appearance caused another uproar. 10th on the Tianhua ranking, Guu. Normally, it was almost impossible to see someone in the top 100 on the Tianhua ranking. But today, they saw 3 at once. 2 of them were even in the top 10. Guu was very handsome. He was also a disciple of the Old East Alliance. Everyone knew that he was pursuing Jian Wuhong. When Jiu saw Jian Wuhong, his face was full of smiles. Wuhong, where are you going? Jiu asked with a smile. Jian Wuhong frowned. She didn't want to talk to Jiu and turned to leave. However, Jiu shamelessly chased after Jian Wuhong. Let's go, Jian Wuhong said to Fang Chen. At this time, Jiu finally noticed Fang Chen. Who are you? Jiu frowned and asked in a low voice. His eyes were filled with coldness. The aura around him surged and pressured Fang Chen. Jiu. Jian Wuhong saw the situation and scolded him. Wuhong, why are you with this kind of person? Jiu didn't understand. His words were full of disdain for Fang Chen. It's none of your business who I'm with, Jian Wuhong said. Then she grabbed Fang Chen's arm and walked toward the center of Huatian City. Seeing this scene, Guyu's expression turned completely gloomy. He waved his hand and called over a warrior. Who is he? He asked. His name is Fang Chen. He's ranked 100 on the Tianhua ranking. He joined the Old East Alliance's sword sect. The warrior was terrified. He was afraid that he would anger Jiu, so he quickly explained. Hearing this, Guyu nodded. Ranked 100 on the Tianhua ranking? Jiu smiled eerily and disappeared from the street. Jian Wuhong brought Fang Chen to a mansion. I'm sorry, Jian Wuhong said apologetically. Fang Chen spread his hands, showing that he didn't care. He'd seen this kind of thing many times. Every time he went out with a beautiful woman, it happened. Although Jiu was ranked 10 on the Tianhua ranking, Fang Chen wasn't afraid. Let's go in. Jian Wuhong nodded and led Fang Chen into the mansion. Outside the mansion, Jiu saw the two of them enter and looked up with his dark eyes. Above the mansion, there was a golden plaque with 2 large words written on it. Golden Mansion. Everyone in Huatian City knew about this mansion. This was because the master of the mansion was a creation realm Dao ancestor. Moreover, he was a 7-star divine artifact craftsman. Jiu's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. Inside the mansion, a servant brought Jian Wuhong to the garden. Jin Bingdao father sat in a pavilion drinking tea, relaxed and carefree. Wuhong, you've come. He chuckled when he saw Jian Wuhong. Elder, I have a request. Jian Wuhong cupped her hands in greeting. There's no need to be so formal. Speak, what is it? Jin Bingdao father asked. Jian Wuhong nodded and then said, it's like this. I owe Fang Chen a favor. He wants to raise the grade of his weapon, so I came to look for you, Dao ancestor. After hearing Jian Wuhong's words, Dao Father Armory was a bit surprised. Wuhong, upgrading a weapon is something your Old East Alliance can do. Why come to me? To tell you the truth. Jian Wuhong explained what had happened to Dao Father Gold Soldier. The latter was slightly surprised, but he immediately agreed. Good. Since you've come to me, I'll make this young friend's weapon myself. Jin Bingdao father smiled. Jian Wuhong had Fang Chen take out the hidden star sword, then handed it to Jin Bingdao father. Jin Bingdao father took the weapon and carefully examined it. Originally, a Tier 4 divine weapon would not enter the eyes of the Gold Soldier Dao ancestor. However, as the Gold Soldier Dao ancestor observed, his expression turned grave. Jian Wuhong stood to one side, waiting quietly. Jin Bingdao father's face changed, his eyes flashing. After a long time, he put down the hidden star sword. His dark eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. It was as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. He could sense that the hidden star sword contained a unique aura of Sword Dao. This Sword Dao aura was even stranger than Jian Wuhong's Sword Dao aura. As a Dao father, his senses were sharp. Chapter 1347. The Jin Bingdaoist elder asked Fang Chen some questions before leaving. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong stayed in the Jin mansion. It wasn't difficult for the Jin Bingdaoist elder to upgrade a 4th grade divine weapon to 6th grade. However, the Jin Bingdaoist elder needed to find the materials, so it would take at least a day. During this time, Jian Wuhong was nowhere to be found. Fang Chen sat on the ground and began to cultivate. He took out the Sword Cloud Dragon suppressing pill and put it in his mouth. Then, he swallowed it. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Soon after, Fang Chen felt the medicinal effect of the sword cloud dragon suppressing elixir completely spread. In his energy reserve, the star pagoda shook and the wild power of the stars surged. In a short while, the effects of the sword cloud dragon suppressing pill were swept away. Buzz! A ruler's sword chi instantly spread out around Fang Chen's body. The Sword Emperor realm was called the Emperor of Swords. It was a very important step in the advanced level of Sword Principle Quintessence. After reaching the Sword Emperor realm, the Sword Chi would become the Emperor Sword Chi. When facing the enemy, the Emperor Sword Chi could successfully bring pressure to the enemy. Of course, after reaching the Sword Emperor realm, the martial artist's understanding of the sword principle would also improve a lot, opening a new door. However, what Fang Chen needed to do now was to break through the bottleneck and reach the fourth step of the advanced level of Sword Principle Quintessence, the Sword Spirit realm. The Sword Principle communicates with the spirit. The Sword Principle communicates with the spirit could be understood literally. The so-called Sword Principle communicates with the Sword Principle meant that martial artists could communicate with the Sword Principle. The Sword Principle was vast and boundless. As a sword cultivator, he could use himself as a guide to communicate with the Sword Principle contained in nature. If he could take this step, it would be extremely beneficial for the future of a sword cultivator. Fang Chen's talent in the Sword Principle was already incomparably heaven-defying. However, the Sword Spirit realm was still something he yearned for. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time and couldn't break through. However, now, a sword cloud dragon suppressing pill would solve all his problems. The pill made by a 6-star alchemist was very effective. Especially for sword cultivators, it was a supreme tonic. Not long after, the sword cloud dragon suppressing pill's medicinal effect was completely integrated into the ruler's sword chi. At this moment, the ruler's sword chi began to change. In the blink of an eye, the ruler's sword chi shattered from the inside. After that, Fang Chen felt that the sword chi seemed to have intelligence and was able to convey some thoughts to him. Sword Spirit Realm? Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. In the next moment, his body rumbled. Following that, the ruler's sword chi around him became even more tyrannical. In fact, from this moment onwards, it could no longer be called a ruler's sword chi because Fang Chen had reached the fourth step, the Sword Spirit Realm. While the sword chi contained in this world frantically drilled into Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen felt his body fill with a wild power. His mind was filled with a vast aura of sword principle. At this moment, his understanding of the sword Dao had improved once again. Previously, when he was cultivating the lightning descent sword formula, there were still some areas that he had doubts about, but now, everything had cleared up. Is this the Sword Spirit Realm? After a long time, Fang Chen withdrew his aura and grinned. At this moment, Jian Wuhong appeared. Dressed in a red dress, she was still as dazzling as ever. However, the cold expression on her face made it seem as if she was 1,000 miles away. However, when she saw the change in Fang Chen, a trace of surprise appeared on her cold face. Ever since she was a child, Jian Wuhong's potential in the Sword Dao had always been strong. Ever since she joined the Old East Sword sect, she had never met a sword cultivator who could compare to her potential in the Sword Dao. However, Fang Chen's appearance caused her to change her view of him. Although she hadn't known Fang Chen for long, she had already discovered that Fang Chen was a freak. "You've reached the Sword Spirit Realm?" Jian Wuhong asked in a low voice. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and stood up. He nodded at Jian Wuhong. "It's all thanks to your Sword Cloud Dragon Suppressing Pill. Without it, I would have had to wait a long time to reach the Sword Spirit Realm. You have great potential." Jian Wuhong's words came out of nowhere, and she turned to leave. Fang Chen paused, then shook his head. It was difficult to understand a woman's thoughts. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused on the lightning fall sword. He had just reached the Sword Spirit Realm, and his Sword Dao was connected to the Sword Spirit Realm. His understanding of the Sword Dao was superb. In fact, Fang Chen's idea was correct. In just half an hour, Fang Chen had mastered the Thunderfall sword technique to the perfection stage. Whoosh! Fang Chen's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his clothes were soaked. He was tired. To Fang Chen, reaching the mastery realm of the lightning fall sword art was considered an improvement. He'd just finished when the Paragon Dao Father arrived. Paragon Dao Father, Fang Chen called out. The Paragon Dao Father nodded happily. Kid, your divine weapon is very special. The Paragon Dao Father said, it's as if it's been nurtured in the sea of sword Dao for a long time. If I wasn't skilled, I might have failed. With that, the Paragon Dao Father handed the brand new Hidden Star Sword to Fang Chen. Fang Chen held the Hidden Star Sword and felt the powerful force coming from the sword. He was very happy. Buzz! The body of the Hidden Star Sword vibrated, and issued a series of sword cries. It seemed as if it was in high spirits. It seemed to be telling its owner that it had advanced. There was an insurmountable gap between a rank 6 divine weapon and a rank 4 divine weapon. Although he had guessed it before, the reality still shocked Fang Chen. After the Hidden Star Sword became a rank 6 divine weapon, it was very sharp. Fang Chen couldn't wait to try the power of the Hidden Star Sword. However, with the Paragon Dao Father present, he held back. Thank you, Paragon Dao Father. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. The Paragon Dao Father waved his hand. He had a good impression of Fang Chen. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. I also gained a lot from refining your Hidden Star Sword. The problem that had troubled me for a long time suddenly became clear. The Paragon Dao Father smiled. Jian Wuhong was here. Wuhong. The Paragon Dao Father smiled. Jian Wuhong talked to the Paragon Dao Father for a while, then left with Fang Chen. In a restaurant near the Jin Mansion, Guyu played with a wine cup in his hand. His face was very gloomy. His dark eyes looked through the window and stared at the gate of the Jin Mansion diagonally opposite. Not long after, the gate of the Jin Mansion opened and Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong came out. Are they out? At this moment, Ji Yu already had the intention to kill Fang Chen. He knew Jian Wuhong very well. Normally, she didn't care about men, let alone take the initiative to get close to any man. But now, she was brazenly bringing Fang Chen in and out of the Paragon Dao Father's mansion. This made Guyu very angry. Fang Chen. Guyu murmured Fang Chen's name in a low voice. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong took a teleportation array and left Tianhua City. Guyu arrived at the teleportation array. Using his status as 10th on the Tianhua ranking, he checked where Jian Wuhong had gone. What Sword Heart Mountains? Guyu's face turned ashen. His eyes shone with shock. Jian Wuhong had brought Fang Chen to the Sword Heart Mountains. There was only one explanation. She wanted to bring Fang Chen into the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Damn it! Guyu clenched his fists, his heart burning with rage. He was a disciple of the ancient Eastern Alliance. Although he wasn't a sword cultivator, he had always wanted to enter the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. But he had always been rejected. And now, Jian Wuhong was bringing Fang Chen to the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Fang Chen, I will kill you, Guyu said coldly. There was a flash of white light. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong appeared in a mountain range. This mountain range was the Sword Heart Mountains. However, the Sword Heart Mountains were not open to the public. It was completely controlled by the Sword Path faction. Apart from the Sword Path faction, no one could enter. This was because there was a Sword Heart Hidden Realm in the Sword Heart Mountains. In the past, Jian Wuhong had always come alone. But this time, she had brought an unfamiliar man with her. Wuhong, you're here. There were some buildings beside the teleportation array. An old man walked out. He was the Sword Path faction's elder in charge of guarding this place. Elder He, this is Fang Chen from our Sword Path faction. I'm bringing him into the Sword Heart Hidden Realm, Jian Wuhong said. Elder He nodded and said, come with me. Before long, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Wuhong, we've recently detected some abnormalities in the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. You must be careful, Elder He reminded her. Thank you, Elder He, Jian Wuhong said. Crash. Elder He activated a secret technique and opened the entrance to the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Let's go in. After saying that, Jian Wuhong and Fang Chen entered the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Crash. Elder He waved his hand and the Sword Heart Hidden Realm closed. Right at this moment, A ghostly figure appeared behind Elder He. "Well done." The ghostly figure laughed sinisterly. Elder He's face turned ashen, but he didn't refute. However, after pondering for a moment, Elder He still spoke. "Sooner or later, the Old East Alliance will find out. Don't worry. If Jen Wuhong dies in the Sword Heart Hidden Realm, no one will know it was us," the ghostly figure said. "Have you considered that if Jen Wuhong comes out alive, the truth will be revealed? You and I will both die," Elder He continued. "So the best solution is to let her die in the Sword Heart Hidden Realm," the ghostly figure continued. Hearing this, Elder He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed and turned to enter the building. He left behind a ghostly figure with a wild smile on his face. Chapter 1348. Sword Heart Secret Realm. Because it wasn't Jen Wuhong's first time entering the Sword Heart Secret Realm, she was very familiar with the place. She knew exactly where the danger was and where the safest places were. As soon as he entered the Sword Heart Secret Realm, Fang Chen felt boundless sword qi coming from all directions. So this is the Sword Heart Secret Realm. Fang Chen was a bit disappointed. The legendary Sword Heart Secret Realm didn't seem as good as he had imagined. Jen Wuhong smiled and explained to Fang Chen, "This is my first time entering the Sword Heart Secret Realm. My mentality is the same as yours. Once you stay here long enough, you will know that the Sword Heart Secret Realm is much more terrifying than you think." "Where are we going now?" Fang Chen asked. Jen Wuhong pondered for a moment and said, "The place I want to go is a bit dangerous. You shouldn't come with me. Head southwest for 300 miles from here. You can train there first." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. The two of them instantly separated. To Jen Wuhong, Fang Chen's strength was still a bit weak. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the place Jen Wuhong had mentioned. This was a forest. Standing outside the forest, he could feel a vast aura surging out. "What's here?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. However, when he stepped into the forest, he discovered that there were Abyss Sword Demons here. Abyss Sword Demons were a very bloodthirsty race. Each member of this race carried a sharp sword on their back. This sharp long sword had fused with his body. Their swords were the source of their strength. If their swords were damaged, their bodies would be greatly affected as well. Abyss Sword Demons looked similar to Darkness Demonic Beasts. However, they were much stronger than Darkness Demonic Beasts. As long as they were targeted by the Abyss Sword Demons, they would definitely fight to the death. Roar. A deafening roar resounded through the forest. Immediately, the roars of demonic beasts echoed one after another. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. His figure flashed as he activated the true meaning of space-time. His body constantly moved forward. Now, he finally understood what Sword Dance Hong meant by training. This little girl actually wants me to fight against so many sword demons of the abyss. Roar. Just as Fang Chen was rushing forward, an abyss sword demon blocked his path. Damned humans. The sword demon of the abyss seemed to hate humans very much. When it saw Fang Chen, its eyes turned scarlet. Without saying a word, it attacked. A thunderous attack whizzed through the air. Fortunately, this abyss sword demon wasn't too strong, so Fang Chen was able to withstand it. Bang! He punched the abyss sword demon's body. The abyss sword demon's body was sent flying, and Fang Chen's fist was also faintly aching. What a powerful physical body! Fang Chen sighed. The abyss sword demon that was sent flying got up again and charged at Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! He continuously threw out a few punches, smashing the abyss sword demon's head. It was also at this moment that a large number of abyss sword demons appeared and surrounded Fang Chen. Looking closely, there were more than 20 abyss sword demons. These abyss sword demons were basically comparable to 8th level heavenly body tier cultivators. Moreover, with so many abyss sword demons joining forces, even ordinary 9th level heavenly body tier cultivators wouldn't dare to face them head on. Fang Chen took a deep breath and took out the star concealing sword. "Old friend, I've seen you." Fang Chen affectionately stroked the star concealing sword. The sword hummed as if responding to Fang Chen. This was the first time the star concealing sword was used after it was upgraded to level 6. Fang Chen also wanted to see how powerful the star-concealing sword was. Roar! More than 20 abyss sword demons roared toward the sky and instantly pounced at Fang Chen. A powerful aura that covered heaven and earth directly enveloped Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen used the lightning full sword technique. The consummate level of the lightning full sword technique was ridiculously powerful. The instant Fang Chen waved the star-concealing sword, a rotating sea of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. In the depths of the sea of lightning, there was a terrifying vortex. The vortex spun at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the center of the vortex, one could vaguely see a thick lightning snake poking its head out. This lightning snake contained a powerful power of lightning. Even from so far away, Fang Chen could feel the oppressive aura. Shio! Dazzling sword light suddenly shot out from the star-concealing sword. At the same time, this thick lightning snake slithered out from the vortex and swooped down, bringing with it the sound of rolling thunder. At this moment, the sword chi in Fang Chen's body appeared automatically as if it had a mind of its own and merged into the sword light. Wang! The sword light and the lightning snake quickly merged together. This was the essence of the lightning full sword technique. Although it was only a preliminary stage, its power was already ridiculously powerful. Boom! Fang Chen shook his wrist, and the terrifying sword light in the sky directly rushed into the group of abyss sword demons. Suddenly, the sword light exploded, and the abyss sword demons nearby exploded and died. Whoosh! Wherever the star-concealing sword passed, the bodies of the abyss sword demons were directly cut in half. Boom! In the sky, lightning constantly swooped down, lightning flashed and thunder roared. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 abyss sword demons were killed by Fang Chen. The sea of lightning in the sky disappeared. Fang Chen held the star-concealing sword and looked at the scattered corpses of the abyss sword demons on the ground. These abyss sword demons' corpses had long been broken, but the battle swords on their backs were intact. What a hard battle sword! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The battle sword that even the level 6 divine weapon, star-concealing sword, couldn't break was really hard. Fang Chen picked up a battle sword, wanting to see what material it was made of. After checking it, he didn't find anything. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Whoosh! The little mouse jumped out and said, "Boss, the battle swords on the backs of these abyss sword demons are their bodies. They are the essence of the sun and the moon, forged over 10,000 years. Even a level 7 divine weapon can't break them." Hearing the little mouse's words, Fang Chen's heart shook, and then he curled his lips. A battle sword that even a level 7 divine weapon couldn't break was too overbearing. Crack! While speaking, the little mouse picked up a sword, crunched it to pieces, and swallowed it into its stomach. Fang Chen stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. A battle sword that even a level 7 divine weapon couldn't break was eaten by the little mouse like food. The heaven-devouring godly mouse was too heaven-defying. Even though Fang Chen had been with the little mouse for a long time, he was still very shocked. "Boss, don't be shocked. My heaven-devouring godly mouse clan is known to devour the heavens. We can even swallow the heavens. The battle swords of the abyss sword demons are nothing," the little mouse said proudly. Then, more than 20 battle swords were all swallowed by it. After eating, it burped and rubbed its belly happily. "Boss, these battle swords are very hard. If you use them as the foundation and make a sword formation, it will be very powerful," the little mouse said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and then an idea flashed through his mind. "That's right, why didn't I think of it? Wouldn't it increase the power of the formation if he integrated the battle swords into the formation?" Fang Chen immediately thought of the origin killing formation. The origin killing formation was mainly used for attacking. If he could integrate the battle swords into it, the attack power would definitely skyrocket. Why didn't I think of it? Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Then, he said to the little mouse, "Go hunt the abyss sword demons and get as many battle swords as possible." In the following time, Fang Chen and the little mouse rampaged through the forest. As long as it was not a large group of abyss sword demons, Fang Chen and the little mouse could easily kill them. Once they encountered a large group of abyss sword demons, Fang Chen and the little mouse would escape in advance. If Fang Chen, who had the true meaning of time and space, wanted to escape, the abyss sword demons would not be able to do anything to him. In just one day, Fang Chen obtained 100 battle swords. And this was because the little mouse had swallowed a portion. Otherwise, there would be more. After calculating that the battle swords were almost enough, Fang Chen and the little mouse left the forest. The abyss sword demons seemed to be unable to leave the forest. Fang Chen was relieved. After finding a safe place, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, waved his hand, and instantly set up the origin killing formation. Then, he began to study it. The chaos element killing array was a killing array. It was very difficult to integrate it into the battle swords. However, Fang Chen was giving it a try. The perfect circle killing formation was operating. Fang Chen released his divine consciousness and carefully observed the trajectory of the origin killing formation. Just like that, he observed for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen opened his eyes and frowned slightly. It's too difficult. Fang Chen sighed. With his current array formation attainments, it was too difficult to integrate the battle swords into the origin killing formation. Boss, how is it? The little mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Boss, don't be discouraged. The origin killing formation is very powerful. If your array formation attainments are higher, you might be able to succeed, the little mouse comforted. Fang Chen nodded. Suddenly, the little mouse thought, Boss, since you can't integrate the battle swords into the origin killing formation, you can try to create your own array formation. It was not impossible for a 5-star array formation master to create an array formation. However, the array formation created would definitely not be too powerful. Fang Chen also thought about it at first, but later rejected it. Now that the little mouse mentioned it, a flame suddenly ignited in his heart. How powerful would it be to create an offensive sword formation with the battle swords as the foundation? Fang Chen fell into deep thought as a large amount of array formation information appeared in his mind. He was thinking about the feasibility of this idea. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen suddenly clapped his hands and said, Okay, let's give it a try. Anyway, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he couldn't break through for the time being. 88 he might as well study the array formation. Maybe he could really succeed. Even if he couldn't succeed, he could learn from the failure and make a foundation for improving the origin killing formation in the future. Boss, I support you. The little mouse chuckled. Fang Chen nodded heavily and then began to create the array formation. However, creating an array formation required a long time and couldn't be completed in a day or two. Chapter 1349. I promised to recommend a book for a friend, but I almost forgot. It's also a xuanhuan. It's very interesting. Friends who are out of books can go and take a look. You'll have unexpected gains. Tianhuang Divine Realm, 1 million words, is being serialized. Extreme Desolation, the end of the sky, the beginning of time, is called Tianhuang. A prison, suppressing the eternal sky, locking up countless gods and emperors. A blade, splitting heaven and earth, cutting through all illusions. Don't be arrogant, just watch me become a divine emperor. This is a strange world, a world based only on the heart. According to legend, the human heart has 7 orifices, but what's important here is that the heart is exquisite, 18 orifices, and all the orifices are connected to the divine altar. I'm arrogant, I don't curse when I fight. I'm arrogant, I don't cry when I fight. I'm kind, I don't hesitate to kill you. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? What are you staring at? I'll kill you in a minute. What are you rolling your eyes for? Believe it or not, I'll dig them out and crush them. Shut up, or I'll cripple you. That's how arrogant you are, that's how arrogant you are. Breaking the heavens with 5,170,000 words, it's finished. When the meaning of life is no longer to continue, is it to get lost, stick to the old rules, or find the secret? That legend says that there are billions of heavenly Tao power. If you get 1, you'll be strong, if you get 2, you'll be crazy, and if you get 3, you'll dominate the world. As for him, he possessed 4 of them. He's even called a peerless demon. Is it a lie, or is it hope? He used to have a unique logical thinking, but it changed with age. How can he walk out of this encirclement? How can he break the heavy shackles and protect everything around him? How can he break the invisible hand behind him? He wants to dig out all the secrets, understand all the past, and restore the truth. Life is like that. Go left or right, take a step back or take a step forward. However, when the left is a flood, when the right is a cliff, when the latter is a dead end, when the former is nothingness, he still can't stop his footsteps. The only thing he can tell himself is this. Chapter 1350. The Tao of Formations was extremely vast. Even with Fang Chen's talent, he couldn't comprehend a powerful formation in a short time. Moreover, his formation skills were only at the 5-star level. If one was a formation master above 7 stars, their comprehension of formations would be very strong, and it would be very easy for them to create a formation. First, Fang Chen finally made a decision after thinking for a long time. He wanted to create an offensive formation with a fence as the main body. After that, he used half a month to study the central control of the formation. After another half a month, the formation's wrinkles were finally arranged by Fang Chen. However, this formation's wrinkles were too simple, and still needed to be supplemented. Fang Chen fell into deep thought, and kept thinking about how to complete the formation's wrinkles. Supplementing a formation was an extremely difficult thing. However, Fang Chen didn't have much pressure, and immersed himself in the sea of formations. During this time, the little mouse had been wandering around. From time to time, it would discover some abyss sword demons, but they were all killed by it. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since he entered the Sword Heart Mystery Realm. During this time, Fang Chen had been studying the formation. After 2 months, the formation was finally completed. However, it was only a 4th-tier formation, and there was still some distance from the 5th-tier formation. Fang Chen opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Finally, the preliminary stage was completed. Next, he just needed to think of a way to integrate the battle swords into the formation. Voila, Fang Chen waved his hand, and suddenly, streaks of star power rushed into the sky, and finally spun in the sky for a while, then swooped down and drilled into the ground. Wang, the sword formation was instantly formed, and dense sword chi surrounded the sword formation. Under Fang Chen's control, the terrifying sword chi quickly condensed into streaks of sharp sword blades, shooting randomly in the sword formation. Its attack power was comparable to the power of a mid-level heavenly body tier cultivator. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Replace these swords condensed from sword chi with battle swords. Thinking of this, Fang Chen began to try to integrate the battle swords into the sword formation. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen controlled one of the swords and placed it into the sword formation. Immediately, he was strongly repelled by the sword formation. Not good. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen cursed inwardly as the swords in the sword formation madly attacked the battle swords. In the blink of an eye, the battle sword was riddled with holes. However, it was still unbreakable. Fang Chen frowned. This was not the way to go. He needed to think of another way. The sword chi within the battle sword is a bit different from the sword chi within the formation. How can I fuse them together? This was something that needed to be resolved so far. However, just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, the demon's sword in his interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. There's a problem with your way of thinking. The demon's sword took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Could it be that the demon's sword had a solution? As expected, the demon's sword continued. The sword on the back of the abyss sword demon does not contain the sword chi cultivated by humans. Therefore, there's a fundamental difference between the two. Do you have a solution? Fang Chen asked. You've already reached the sword spirit realm and your sword chi is like a rainbow. Use your own sword chi and infuse it into the battle sword. After the demon's sword finished speaking, it went back to sleep. No matter how Fang Chen asked, it did not speak anymore. How do I infuse my sword chi into the battle sword? Fang Chen was puzzled. However, he was still prepared to give it a try. Holding the battle sword in his hand, The 4-story star pagoda in his chi sea suddenly trembled. Not long after, a crazy amount of star energy surged out. At this moment, the sword spirit realm was activated. Dazzling sword chi crazily surged out from within his body. Under Fang Chen's control, the sword chi entered the battle sword. However, what made Fang Chen helpless was that the battle sword itself was resisting his sword chi. What should I do? Fang Chen was a little anxious. However, at this moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. Strands of clear energy flowed into the sword. In an instant, the restless battle sword was stabilized. Then, Fang Chen was shocked to find that his sword chi could enter the battle sword without any hindrance. A great storm took place in Fang Chen's heart. Immediately, he was pleasantly surprised. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi originally contained in the battle sword was completely consumed and replaced by Fang Chen's sword chi. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed the change in the battle sword. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the void. Seeing this, Fang Chen was also stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. The battle sword has become sharper. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was very excited. Immediately, he took out hundreds of battle swords and infused them with sword chi. After about half a day, he finally finished infusing them. The brand new battle swords made Fang Chen feel a little depressed. After that, Fang Chen put the battle swords into the sword formation and was pleasantly surprised to find that the sword formation no longer rejected the battle swords. This is great. The battle swords were no longer rejected. This was a good start. Next, what Fang Chen needed to do was to completely integrate the battle swords into the attack of the sword formation. This was a relatively easy task. Time passed by bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months in the Sword Heart Secret Realm. During this period, Fang Chen had been integrating the battle swords into the attack of the sword formation day and night. So far, he had integrated all 100 battle swords into the formation. However, Fang Chen felt that the sword formation could accommodate more battle swords. "Let's go and get some battle swords," Fang Chen said to the little mouse. Immediately, the man and the mouse quickly entered the forest. 3 days later, Fang Chen returned to this safe place. Once again, he threw himself into the sword formation. Wang! At a certain moment, the sword formation exploded with dazzling sword chi, and the whole earth was shaking. Fang Chen felt an incomparable pressure in his heart. It can no longer accommodate them. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the sword formation in front of him, his heart wild with joy. The sword formation could accommodate 200 battle swords in total. If it was at full power, even a martial artist at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier would die instantly if trapped in the sword formation. If the sword formation could be upgraded to level 5, it could also kill an 8th level martial artist instantly. It would also be a threat to 9th level martial artists. However, being able to reach this step, Fang Chen was already very satisfied. With the Chaos Element Killing Formation as the foundation, the sword formation developed will be called the Chaos Element Sword Formation, Fang Chen said softly. With a shake of his wrist, he put away the Chaos Element Sword Formation and the 200 battle swords into his spatial ring. "Boss, congratulations," the little mouse said with a smile. With this sword formation, Boss would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings. At this speed, he would be able to reach the top of the Tianhua rankings in less than a year. Fang Chen nodded and analyzed carefully. In the process of researching the formation, he encountered many difficulties. However, they were all solved in the end. Fortunately, with the reminder of the demon sword and the help of the golden heart, the sword formation had reached such a perfect level. Fang Chen felt that he was a very lucky person. Although he had miserably transmigrated from Earth, he had a heaven-defying golden heart. It could be said that without the help of the golden heart, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach where he was now. The golden heart was very likely an inheritance left behind by a supreme elite of the immortal realm. However, this was only Fang Chen's guess. In any case, the golden heart was very beneficial to him, and there was no harm at all. As for its origin, there would be a day when he would figure it out himself. "Boss, how powerful is this sword formation?" the little mouse asked. It should be very powerful, Fang Chen said. If it can be raised to the 5th rank, it should be able to fuse more battle swords. After spending 3 months researching the primordial chaos sword array, Fang Chen could not wait to test the might of the sword array. He brought the little mouse and stepped into the forest again. This forest was the lair of the abyss sword demons, and they could be seen everywhere. Roar. Fang Chen purposely released his aura and did not restrain it to attract the abyss sword demons. In the blink of an eye, a dense group of abyss sword demons surged over. Seeing this, Fang Chen waved his hand, and battle swords flew out of the interspatial ring and into the formation. The mixed universe sword formation was formed. Buzz. Terrifying sword chi instantly filled the air. About 100 abyss sword demons were trapped in the mixed universe sword formation. Fang Chen activated the killing technique of the mixed universe sword formation, and 200 battle swords instantly flew through the formation. Poochie. The battle swords were too sharp, and even the physical bodies of the abyss sword demons could not block them. Roar. Miserable cries came from the mouths of the abyss sword demons. They looked up to the sky and roared, hating Fang Chen very much. A few minutes later, all the abyss sword demons in the mixed universe sword formation were dead. Seeing this, the little mouse sucked in a breath of cold air. What a powerful sword formation! Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was similar to what he had expected. He was very satisfied with the power of the sword formation. Whoosh! The sword formation was deactivated, and Fang Chen and the little mouse split up to collect more than 100 battle swords. Then, Fang Chen and the little mouse continued to travel through the forest. As time passed, the abyss sword demons in the forest also realized that there were powerhouses hunting them. In the depths of the forest, there was a stone platform, and on the stone platform stood a huge abyss sword demon. It was the leader of this forest, and also the most powerful abyss sword demon. Many abyss sword demons gathered here to report to their leader. Leader, a human powerhouse entered the forest and is killing our kind. Leader, please take action and kill the human. Kill the human. Many abyss sword demons were in a strange mood, and they roared to the sky. The leader of the abyss sword demons looked around with his big eyes, and finally said in a deep voice, "All our people, retreat here. We will wait here for the arrival of the human powerhouse." Hearing this, all the abyss sword demons sent out messages to call back their companions. Chapter 1351. Fang Chen's appearance threatened the lives of the abyss sword demons, so they wanted to exterminate Fang Chen. In just a few hours, all the abyss sword demons in the forest had retreated to the depths of the forest and were waiting. Fang Chen and Little Mouse also felt that something was wrong. "Boss, do you feel it?" Little Mouse looked around and whispered. Fang Chen nodded. None of the abyss sword demons in the forest had disappeared. Moreover, he couldn't even feel a trace of their aura. With Fang Chen's powerful divine sense, it was almost impossible to hide from Fang Chen. But now, he really couldn't feel them. Therefore, there was only one explanation, and that was that they had gone somewhere. Fang Chen and Little Mouse quickly moved forward. At the same time, they activated the perfect sword body and were vigilant of their surroundings. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally found out where the abyss sword demons had gone. At a glance, there was a dense mass of abyss sword demons in the depths of the forest. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Fang Chen was shocked. What were these abyss sword demons planning to do by gathering here? However, just as Fang Chen was thinking, the abyss sword demon leader stood on the stone platform and stared at Fang Chen with his gong-sized eyes. "Human, you slaughtered our abyss sword demon clansmen. Today, you will die here," said the abyss sword demon leader. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. The hidden star sword appeared and prepared for battle. "Boss, what should we do?" asked Little Mouse. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, the densely packed abyssal sword demons made their move. Roar. Following the abyss sword demon leader's roar, tens of thousands of abyss sword demons charged at Fang Chen. Kill. Fang Chen waved his hand and the origin sword array appeared, blocking the abyss sword demons. Then, 200 swords floated in the air from the interspatial ring, letting out sword cries. In an instant, these swords were all integrated into the sword array. Who the murderous aura of the sword formation instantly filled the air. Pucci. After Fang Chen had poured his own sword qi into the sword, it became even more powerful. Especially when combined with the sword formation, it was able to unleash the strongest power of the battle sword. 200 battle swords shuttled back and forth within the sword formation. Wherever the battle swords passed, abyssal sword demons would die tragically. Screams of agony rang out from within the Chaos Origin sword formation. Fang Chen also fell into a frenzy of killing. There were simply too many abyssal sword demons. It was impossible for the Chaos Origin sword array to stop all of them. Therefore, after setting up the sword formation to trap a portion of the abyssal sword demons, Fang Chen continued to set up the Origin killing array. Although there were no swords in the Chaos Origin killing array, its power was not to be underestimated. The two formations trapped most of the abyss sword demons. In the blink of an eye, only 2,000 abyssal sword demons were left in the outside world. At this moment, Little Mouse and Fang Chen went all out. The Thunderfall sword technique was cultivated to the minute subtlety realm. Its power was terrifying. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand was constantly brandishing. Wherever the sword passed, abyssal sword demons would die tragically. Little Mouse's attack power was also not to be underestimated. With the passage of time, the Little Mouse also grew rapidly. In his mind, the inherited memories were also gradually unlocking. Now, Little Mouse's attacks were even more diverse. His innate theurgies, devour and extreme piercing, could be effectively combined to form an even stronger deterrent force. Ordinary abyssal sword demons could not even get close to Little Mouse. Seeing the abyssal sword demons die one after another, the leader finally could not hold back. Human, die. The leader attacked. The leader's large claws suddenly grabbed the thick battle sword on his back. Then, with a forceful pull, the battle sword was forcibly pulled off from his back. Blood splattered across the sky. The leader's face was hideous and in extreme pain. However, its eyes were filled with killing intent. Fang Chen, who was slaughtering the abyssal sword demons, noticed the leader's attack. The hidden star sword was placed in front of his chest to block. With a bang, he felt an extremely strong pressure on his chest and his body was directly sent flying. Boss! Little Mouse saw this and roared. Bang! Fang Chen's body heavily smashed onto the ground. He felt the blood in his body tumbling. His throat moved, and a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. So strong. Fang Chen quickly got up and stared at the battle sword in the leader's hand. This battle sword seemed to be much stronger than the battle swords on ordinary abyssal sword demons. Die! The leader fell into a state of madness. He waved his battle sword and continuously attacked Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen and the leader were tangled in a chaotic battle. The leader's strength was very strong, but Fang Chen could still handle it. The key was the leader's battle sword. Even the hidden star sword could not block it. After fighting for about half an hour, many cracks appeared on the body of the hidden star sword. Fortunately, the hidden star sword was a 6th-stage divine weapon. If it was a 5th-stage divine weapon, it would have shattered long ago. This battle sword seems to be a little different. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The battle had entered a white-hot stage. Fang Chen used all his strength to display the 2nd stage of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique, the 9th stage of the Mysterious Sky Sealing technique, and the Minute Realm Lightning Sword art, but he still could not defeat the leader. Bang! At a certain moment, the leader's aura suddenly erupted. He swung his battle sword and directly pierced Fang Chen's arm. Fang Chen's body was sent flying again. At this time, Little Mouse killed the other abyssal sword demons and came to Fang Chen's side. Boss! Seeing the blood on the leader's arm, Little Mouse was very worried. Can you bind his battle sword? Fang Chen asked. Let me try. Little Mouse used his innate ability, Devour. A terrifying suction force shrouded the battle sword in the leader's claws. Seeing this, Fang Chen once again used the lightning sword art and stabbed at the leader. Pucci, the leader's body was pierced by the hidden star sword. He thought he could take the opportunity to kill the leader, but he did not expect the battle sword to break free at the critical moment. Damn it! Fang Chen roared and activated the true meaning of time and space. His body kept flickering. His body was hidden in the void, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack the leader. Human, you are dead. The leader was very confident in himself. In fact, he was very confident in his battle sword. They were the abyssal sword demons, and they were born with a battle sword on their back. Everyone thought that the battle sword was their root and could not be taken off. However, only they knew that the battle sword could be taken off. However, it could not be taken off easily until the critical moment. Once the battle sword was taken off, the latter would be completely changed by the power of the stars in heaven and earth. It would become a peerless weapon. However, in this way, the abyssal sword demons would also be affected. That was, from then on, they would not be able to improve for the rest of their lives. Everything had its pros and cons. After the abyssal sword demon leader felt the power of the two killing arrays set up by Fang Chen, he did not hesitate to take off his battle sword, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Seeing the abyssal sword demons die one by one, the leader was very angry. Kill. The leader held his battle sword and attacked again. Little Mouse and Fang Chen moved together and joined hands to encircle the leader. This battle was Fang Chen's most tragic battle so far. The entire battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights, without rest at all. Although the leader's body was in tatters, the battle sword in his claws was still unbreakable. Up until now, he was almost relying on the battle sword to support himself. However, Fang Chen could not suppress his battle sword. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. When Fang Chen felt tired, there was finally a turning point. Under the pressure of such a fierce battle, the true meaning of time and space that had been stuck at a bottleneck for so long finally broke through. The true meaning of time and space reached the 6th grade realm. Fang Chen's control of time and space became more and more relaxed. Time acceleration was also really under Fang Chen's control. With a thought, the aura of the true meaning of time and space surrounded him. Fang Chen controlled the flow of time around him so that the leader's battle sword could not touch him at all. In this way, the leader in the battle was gradually suppressed. Every time the leader got close to him, Fang Chen used time acceleration to increase his speed and avoid the attack of the battle sword. When he attacked, he also used time acceleration to increase his speed suddenly. The leader was not prepared at all. Bang! Little Mouse and Fang Chen joined hands and blasted the leader away. The battle sword slipped out of the leader's hand and fell from the sky. Finally, it stabbed into the ground fiercely, causing the whole ground to tremble. The stone platform in the depths of the forest collapsed directly. In the forest, on the ground, a layer of majestic ripples appeared in an instant. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Dong! The entire forest was destroyed in an instant. The battle sword stabbed into the ground kept shaking. The leader wanted to control the battle sword, but Fang Chen took the lead and stepped on the leader's body. Without saying a word, the hidden star sword stabbed into the leader's head. Poochie, the leader was dead. Whoosh! After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, the leader finally fell. Fang Chen and Little Mouse looked at each other and smiled. Then, Fang Chen walked to the front of the battle sword, put away the hidden star sword, held the battle sword, and entered the origin killing array. After a while, the origin killing array was deactivated. The ground was littered with the corpses of the abyss sword demons. Fang Chen entered the sword array again. The leader's battle sword was too sharp. In the blink of an eye, the struggling abyss sword demons in the sword array were all dead. At this point, tens of thousands of abyss sword demons were killed by Fang Chen and Little Mouse. Whoosh! Fang Chen sat on the ground, panting. His forehead was full of sweat. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the true meaning of time and space broke through to the 6th grade realm. Otherwise, the outcome would be really difficult to predict. Boss! Little Mouse breathed heavily with a smile on his face. In the depths of the forest, tens of thousands of abyss sword demons' corpses were lying on the ground. Beside their corpses were fallen battle swords. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chen and Little Mouse were too tired. Their only thought now was to rest. Outside the forest, thousands of miles away, a black shadow was moving quickly. Suddenly, he noticed a trace of energy fluctuation. Immediately, he looked in a certain direction. Chapter 1352. If tens of thousands of swords could be integrated into the sword formation, the attack power would definitely be very exaggerated. However, Fang Chen did not expect to be able to integrate the swords in a short time. He also knew that it would be very difficult. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. Sitting on the ruins, Fang Chen was in a good mood. The true meaning of time and space was his biggest reliance. He did not expect to have a breakthrough in the fierce battle. This made him very excited. The true meaning of time and space had reached the 6th grade realm and had some powerful abilities. For example, Fang Chen did not have a deep understanding of time acceleration before. Now, he could easily control it. I wonder what the true meaning of time and space will be like when it reaches the peak. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The little mouse at the side was eating the battle sword with a crunching sound. Just as the man and the mouse were thinking, an uninvited guest appeared. Whoosh! The black shadow appeared out of thin air and looked at Fang Chen and the little mouse with its dark eyes. Human. When the black shadow saw Fang Chen, a sinister smile appeared on its face. Buzz! All of a sudden, Fang Chen sensed a terrifying aura surging out. His expression changed drastically. He raised his head and saw the existence of the black shadow. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. The little mouse also became very vigilant. The black shadow walked towards Fang Chen step by step. His face was sinister and his body was shrouded in a black mist, making people unable to see his true appearance. Ha ha ha, how long has it been since I met a human? The black shadow laughed wildly. When he walked in front of Fang Chen, his aura surged out. Fang Chen felt extremely suppressed. He took out the hidden star sword and used the lightning sword technique to attack the black shadow. Bang! However, the powerful lightning sword technique did not have any effect on the black shadow. Too weak. The black shadow held the hidden star sword and carefully observed Fang Chen. Immediately, a strange aura shot out from his eyes and locked onto Fang Chen's body. Not good. Fang Chen cried out inwardly. He realized that he was unable to move his body. Damn it! Fang Chen roared, and the little mouse used its innate ability, extreme piercing. A terrifying purple spear ruthlessly pierced into the black shadow's arm. Poocha, the black shadow's arm was pierced, and the star-hidden sword broke free from the black shadow's control. Fang Chen retreated rapidly. At the same time, he set up the primordial chaos killing array and the sword array. The chaos element killing array was on the outside while the sword array was on the inside. 200 swords shuttled back and forth within the sword array. Crack, however, something unexpected happened to Fang Chen. The primordial chaos sword array's attack was actually unable to harm this black shadow. Who is he? A trace of fear appeared in Fang Chen's heart. He activated the space-time true intent and wanted to escape. However, at this moment, the sword formation shattered. Immediately after, the chaos primordial killing array also began to tremble. Let's go! Fang Chen roared and disappeared into the void with the little mouse. Bang! In a moment, the chaos primordial killing array also shattered. The black shadow's face was gloomy as he disappeared into the void. Huff! Huff! If it was in the past, he would definitely be able to escape by activating the space-time true intent. However, this black shadow was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Fang Chen. Buzz! The void was imprisoned, and the space-time true intent could not be activated. Fang Chen's face became extremely solemn. Bang! Fang Chen's body was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Human body. Looking at the imprisoned Fang Chen, the black shadow laughed eerily. Immediately, his divine sense spread out in his mind. A trace of black aura gradually emerged from his mind and then came to Fang Chen. Hiss! Hiss! The black aura broke through the defense of the perfect sword body and drilled into Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen's face turned ferocious. His head kept shaking as he struggled. Ah! Fang Chen let out a miserable scream. He was terrified. This black shadow was taking over his body. At this moment, His primordial spirit was engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Shadow's primordial spirit. The Black Shadow was too strong. He was no match for it. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was suppressed by the Black Shadow. Buzz! A ripple appeared in the void. Fang Chen's body regained its freedom. However, at this time, Fang Chen's expression was a little stiff. "Boss!" The little mouse called out anxiously. However, in response to Little Mouse's punch, bang! Little Mouse's body flew out and smashed into the ground. "Boss!" Little Mouse became even more anxious. Ha ha ha. A sinister smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. The Black Shadow's body collapsed in the void. "Oh no, Boss has been taken over." Seeing this, Little Mouse turned pale with fright. "Although your body is very weak, it's enough to support me to leave this place." The Black Shadow muttered to itself. Then, it controlled Fang Chen's body and left this place. Little Mouse chased after it desperately but could not catch up. Dong! Fang Chen's primordial spirit was suppressed in the depths of his mind and was quickly being worn down. At this moment, the golden heart sensed it and started to beat. Hiss! Streams of clear energy were emitted from the golden heart and finally drilled into the suppressed primordial spirit, maintaining its operation. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, there was still a chance to regain the body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's primordial spirit recovered its strength and struggled desperately. Hey! The Black Shadow's primordial spirit was a little surprised. "It's recovering," the Black Shadow said, and immediately increased the suppression. It wanted to completely destroy Fang Chen's primordial spirit and then completely take over Fang Chen's body. The golden heart had been maintaining Fang Chen's primordial spirit, preventing it from completely disappearing. Seeing this, the Black Shadow was infuriated and activated its strongest power. His primordial spirit emitted a trace of golden aura. The moment the golden aura appeared, the color of the sky changed. The golden heart continued to beat and Fang Chen's primordial spirit felt a great threat. "No!" Fang Chen shouted. But the golden aura mercilessly enveloped him. No one noticed that the moment the golden aura appeared, the demon sword that had been silent in the interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. "After so many years, it's back again." The demon sword sighed as he spoke. Then, it directly passed through the interspatial ring and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Buzz! Around the demon sword, complicated runes flowed and a shocking aura instantly spread out. Then, the seal on the demon sword seemed to be undone. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. From within the demon sword, a series of sword hums could be heard. An extremely majestic aura swept through the entire Sword Heart Secret Realm and even spread out from the barrier of the Sword Heart Secret Realm. At this moment, the entire sky was trembling. The seal on the demon sword was undone. "No!" Feeling the threat of death, the Black Shadow screamed in fear. But it was too late. A surge of sword chi came out from the demon sword and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. In an instant, the Black Shadow's primordial spirit was annihilated. Then, the demon sword quickly shrunk and returned to its original size. The complicated runes no longer flowed. At this moment, the demon sword was like an ordinary sword and returned to Fang Chen's interspatial ring. With the Black Shadow's primordial spirit destroyed, Fang Chen's primordial spirit took the initiative and regained control of his body. Just now, Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. In the vast universe, one of the three great sacred grounds of the Yuan race. On this day, the Yuan race's sacred ground was holding a grand competition. In the square, the outstanding disciples of the Yuan race were competing with each other. The Yuan race's patriarch was personally overseeing the battles between the disciples. On the rostrum, several upper echelons were chatting and laughing, discussing the strength and potential of the younger generation of the Yuan race's disciples. However, at this moment, a wave of energy that affected the entire sacred ground suddenly appeared. The Yuan race's patriarch sensed this wave of energy, although it was very small and disappeared in a flash. But it was still detected by the Yuan race's patriarch. The aura of the Yuan demon sword. The Yuan race's patriarch's expression changed drastically and he jumped to his feet. "Patriarch, what's wrong?" an elder asked. I sensed the aura of the Yuan demon sword, the Yuan race's patriarch said coldly. Yuan demon sword. Hearing this, the elder's expressions changed drastically. For countless years, the Yuan race had been searching for the Yuan demon sword, but they couldn't find it. But now, the Yuan race's patriarch sensed the aura of the Yuan demon sword. Patriarch, can you sense where the Yuan demon sword is? An elder asked. The Yuan race's patriarch closed his eyes and opened them a moment later. Old Hua Islands. The aura of the Yuan demon sword shook the entire universe. Everyone who was as powerful as the Yuan race's patriarch sensed the vibration of the Yuan demon sword. Everyone was in an uproar. Had the Yuan demon sword, which had disappeared for countless years, reappeared? The three sacred clans sent their experts to the Old Hua Islands to search for the Yuan demon sword. The Yuan demon sword was the most important thing to everyone. However, Fang Chen, who was in the Sword Heart mystic realm, didn't know that it was all because of him. Boss, are you okay? The little mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, fortunately, I had the help of the Golden Heart and the Yuan demon sword. Otherwise, I would have been possessed. Even now, Fang Chen was still a little scared. Then, he remembered what Zhen Wuhong had said. The Sword Heart mystic realm was not as simple as he thought. Boss, do you know who that black shadow is? The little mouse asked. Why did the black shadow need to possess a human body if it was so powerful? Also, why was it in the Sword Heart mystic realm? Everything confused the little mouse. However, Fang Chen already knew the truth. Because the primordial spirit of the black shadow had possessed his body before, he knew everything about the black shadow. Hearing the little mouse's words, Fang Chen took a deep breath and said seriously, the black shadow is not simple. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and waited anxiously for Fang Chen to tell him who the black shadow was. P.S. There are still some people who don't know the situation, so I'll explain it again. My grandfather is critically ill and I asked for leave to go back home. My uncle and aunt are also here. The situation is not good and they have already prepared for the worst. Therefore, I can't update normally for the time being. I'll update as many chapters as I can and when I'm done with the funeral, I'll resume updating. I don't want to see this happen either, but there's no other way. We can't fight against illness and death. Chapter 1353. Countless years ago, the Sword Heart mystic realm was also a battlefield. At that time, the flames of war spread to every corner of the entire universe. This place was no exception. The flames of war raged on for hundreds of years. In the end, this place became a ruin. In the years that followed, heaven and earth gave birth to this place and it gradually became a mystic realm. It was also known as the Sword Heart mystic realm. As for the black shadow that had possessed Fang Chen, it was a foreign race. However, that foreign race was very powerful and had entered the Sword Heart mystic realm millions of years ago. At that time, he was seriously injured and almost died. He hid in the Sword Heart mystic realm and slept for millions of years. Recently, the black shadow finally woke up. However, he realized that heaven and earth had changed. It was no longer the heaven and earth that he was familiar with. The laws of heaven and earth now were completely different from those of millions of years ago. As for his body, because it was unable to withstand the invasion of time, it had become extremely rotten. Even if his primordial spirit was heaven-defying, it could not be without a carrier. Therefore, he began to possess bodies. However, because his primordial spirit was too powerful, there was no carrier that could hold his primordial spirit. As a result, he had to possess another body in 3 to 5 days at most after possessing it. The black shadow from before was a corpse that he possessed. He was hurriedly looking for a carrier that could hold his primordial spirit when he suddenly found Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen's body was not too powerful, it was the best carrier that he had encountered in all these years. Therefore, he possessed Fang Chen. Unfortunately, after he completed the possession, the aura that he emitted caused the demon sword to vibrate. Immediately, the demon sword was unsealed and an extremely powerful force directly destroyed him. His soul dissipated and he completely disappeared from this world. In Fang Chen's mind, there was a lot of information about the black shadow. However, it was basically some simple and useless information. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Little Mouse pursed his lips. Fortunately, there is the demon sword. Little Mouse felt a lingering fear. If there was no demon sword, wouldn't it mean that his boss would have completely disappeared? Thinking of this, Little Mouse looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Fang Chen reached out his hand and gently stroked the little mouse's head. "Don't worry, I'm lucky." Fang Chen grinned. Little Mouse nodded and suddenly asked, "Boss, why did the demon sword suddenly vibrate?" Fang Chen shook his head in confusion. "The demon sword seems to have used a power beyond its control and has fallen into a deep slumber. I have no way of contacting it." Fang Chen shrugged. After regaining control of his body, the first thing he did was to contact the demon sword. But to no avail, the demon sword had already fallen into a deep slumber. There was no way to wake it up. However, after witnessing the entire process of the demon sword's attack, Fang Chen could vaguely sense that the demon sword was filled with hatred towards the Black Shadow's primordial spirit. Could it be that millions of years ago, the demon sword and the Black Shadow met before? Or is there a grudge between them? Fang Chen increasingly felt that the origin of the demon sword was too extraordinary. Especially after it used a power beyond its control, it felt as if the entire world was trembling. What is the origin of the demon sword? Fang Chen thought to himself. The demon sword had once said that it had lost a part of its memory. It didn't remember who it was or what it was. Now that the demon sword had fallen into a deep slumber, the details were unknown. Shaking his head, Fang Chen didn't want to think about it anymore. "Forget it, I'll find out in the future," Fang Chen said softly. The man and mouse rested for a moment before continuing on their journey. This time, after experiencing the possession incident, Fang Chen finally started to take the Sword Heart Secret Realm seriously. Jian Wuhong's words resounded in his mind. The Sword Heart Secret Realm wasn't as simple as it seemed. Outside, Old Hua Islands. In just a few days, the entire Old Hua Islands was shaken. The three godly tribes that only existed in legends had appeared on the Old Hua Islands at the same time. The Lord of the Islands personally came out to welcome them. The three great god clans were legendary existences. Some martial artists even believed that the three god tribes didn't exist in the world. They were just made up by people. However, the arrival of the three god tribes shocked the entire Old Hua Islands. Especially the Old East Alliance. The first to arrive were the Spirit Tribe. The leader was an elder of the tribe. They found the Old East Alliance as soon as they arrived. Then, they began to search for the demon sword. They didn't want to let go of any hope. Not long after the Spirit Tribe arrived, the Luo clan and the Yuan clan also arrived. The people of the Yuan race fell into madness. After countless years, they finally found the whereabouts of the demon sword. The demon sword was too demonic. If it didn't release its aura, even a life and death realm monarch wouldn't be able to sense its existence. Not long ago, the Yuan clan leader sensed the demon sword's aura. Moreover, he confirmed that the demon sword appeared in the Old Hua Islands. The arrival of the three god tribes sent countless people to every corner of the Old Hua Islands. They almost turned the Old Hua Islands upside down, but they couldn't find a trace of the demon sword. In an elegant garden in the Old East Alliance. It was used by the Old East Alliance to entertain the Spirit Tribe. "Elder, our people have searched the entire Old Hua Islands, but they couldn't find the demon sword," the Spirit Tribe disciple whispered. If Fang Chen were here, he would recognize this person as Ling Yu, who he saved in purgatory. And beside Ling Yu was Ling Feng. If the demon sword doesn't release its aura, even the old man of the Yuan clan can't find it. "It's normal that you can't find it," the Spirit Tribe elder said. Every time he raised his hand, he gave off an oppressive feeling. Ling Yu and Ling Feng knew that although this man looked old, he was very powerful. If he insisted on attacking, the Old Hua Islands would be turned into ruins. Of course, this kind of strong man wouldn't attack so easily. "Elder, what should we do next?" Ling Feng asked. "Have you noticed the situation of the other two clans?" the elder asked. The Luo clan also attaches great importance to the demon sword. The Saintess led a team here and has been looking for it, Ling Feng said. As for the Yuan clan, they are led by an elder. So far, they haven't found any clues. Hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment and then said, "Keep an eye on the Yuan clan secretly. After all, the demon sword belongs to them. They may have a way to sense it." Yes. Ling Feng and Ling Yu left one after another. Not only the spirit tribe, but also the Luo clan and the Yuan clan were racking their brains to find it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The shock of the old Hua Islands had gradually subsided. But the more powerful the warriors were, the more shocked they were. That was because the three god clans were still searching for him in a frenzy. They didn't want to give up. After killing tens of thousands of sword demons in the Sword Heart secret realm, Fang Chen had some understanding of the origin sword array. During this month, he studied the origin sword array and made a breakthrough. The original 200 swords had increased to 500. This was a kind of breakthrough in essence. The 500 swords were integrated into the sword array, which was very powerful. The sword array was automatically upgraded to the 5th level, and its power was comparable to a 6th level array. Fang Chen knew that there was still room for improvement. If he could integrate tens of thousands of swords into the sword array, its power would not be weaker than the origin killing array at its peak state. During this period, Fang Chen also tried to integrate the swords into the origin killing array, but without exception, all of them failed. The origin killing array was created by a powerful array master. Fang Chen couldn't understand the concept of the array master and couldn't thoroughly analyze the operation trajectory of the origin killing array, so he couldn't integrate the swords into it for the time being. Even so, Fang Chen was content with what he had. Although the Sword Heart secret realm is dangerous, the harvest is not small. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and grinned. Compared with a month ago, Fang Chen's strength had improved a lot. Just as Fang Chen and Little Mouse were about to continue looking for opportunities, they suddenly felt an overwhelming aura, which instantly filled the air. Yes. Little Mouse looked into the distance. Fang Chen's expression also became serious, and he spread out his divine sense. In an instant, Fang Chen spread out his spiritual consciousness and discovered a familiar figure 100 li away. A beautiful red figure was running wildly. Behind her, there were many abyss sword demons chasing. The aura of these abyss sword demons was very special. Mutated abyss sword demon. Seeing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank, and he cried out involuntarily. No wonder even Jian Wuhong couldn't resist and could only escape. "Boss, Jian Wuhong is in trouble," Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded, and then said, "Let's go and help." Fang Chen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could resist the attack of a mutated abyss sword demon. But seeing Jian Wuhong being chased, he couldn't not help but save her. Whoosh! His space-time true intent had reached the 6th stage, and his speed soared. In a few breaths, Fang Chen was 100 miles away. Jian Wuhong was running wildly at this moment. However, the abyss sword demons behind her launched a fierce attack, preventing Jian Wuhong from escaping. In an instant, over 100 mutated abyss sword demons surrounded Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong held a long sword, and her face was gloomy, ready to fight to the death. Buzz! At this moment, a spatial ripple appeared. Immediately, a large hand reached out and grabbed Jian Wuhong's body. In the next moment, the spatial ripple disappeared, and Jian Wuhong's figure disappeared into the void. Roar! Over 100 mutated abyss sword demons roared at the sky, and then they found Jian Wuhong and Fang Chen not far away. "Why are you here?" Jian Wuhong was about to resist when she heard Fang Chen's voice. She looked at Fang Chen in surprise, and her heart trembled. Whoosh! Fang Chen didn't say anything. Looking at the mutated abyss sword demons in front of him, he waved his hand, and immediately set up the Chaos Origin sword array. Buzz! 500 swords crazily shuttled through the sword array, attacking the mutated abyss sword demons. Seeing this, Jian Wuhong's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. Weren't those swords from the abyss sword demons? He merged the swords into the array. Let's go. Chapter 1354. The mutated abyssal sword demons were very strong. If it was a one-on-one fight, Jian Wuhong might not be afraid. However, with over 100 mutated abyssal sword demons attacking at the same time, even Jian Wuhong could only run. Fang Chen's formation could only trap the mutated abyssal sword demons for a short period of time, so he urged Jian Wuhong to leave quickly. However, Jian Wuhong did not leave. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. After hearing the latter's urging, a smile finally appeared on her dignified face. "Can you separate them?" Jian Wuhong asked. Fang Chen was stunned, but he immediately understood Jian Wuhong's idea. "How many can you deal with at once?" Fang Chen asked directly, not beating around the bush. Jian Wuhong thought for a moment, then said, 5 or less, no problem. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and waved his hand. In an instant, a dense formation aura appeared around him. He was controlling the Chaos Origin Killing formation and the powerful attacks within the sword formation, forcibly separating the mutated abyssal sword demons. "I can't hold on for long either," Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong's eyes flashed as she entered the Chaos Origin sword formation. Seeing this, Little Mouse quickly followed after him and entered the cave. Roar! Before Jian Wuhong could attack, Little Mouse roared and used his innate ability, Devour. Suddenly, an extremely dense purple luster appeared around his body. The purple light quickly condensed into the shadow of a purple rat that was several feet tall behind him. The huge purple rat shadow suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force spread out. The 3 mutated abyssal sword demons beside Jian Wuhong were instantly imprisoned. "What are you looking at? Why aren't you attacking?" Seeing Jian Wuhong's slightly stunned expression, Little Mouse shouted. Jian Wuhong immediately came back to her senses. Her small white hand gripped her sword tightly as she launched a fierce attack. Whoosh! Jian Wuhong's attack was too strong. Her sword technique was so exquisite that even Fang Chen felt ashamed of himself. The third strongest person on the Tianhua leaderboard was unimaginably powerful. Moreover, his understanding of the sword principle was far from what ordinary people could compare to. The sword chi that filled the sky condensed into 3 thick sword lights. They whizzed and appeared in front of the 3 mutant abyssal sword demons in an instant. Crack! At this moment, the Little Mouse's engulf god ability was broken by the 3 mutated abyssal sword demons. However, it was already too late. Poochie! With 3 consecutive sounds, the heads of the 3 mutated abyssal sword demons were pierced through by 3 thick sword lights, and they fell to the ground unwillingly. Continue. Red Sword quickly moved, using Fang Chen's cooperation to arrive at another area. Fang Chen threw himself into controlling the formation. The powerful attacks of the Red Sword dance, the Little Mouse's Devour God ability, and the fierce attacks of the 500 swords. The mutated abyssal sword demon couldn't resist at all. It was simply a massacre. Soon, the mutated abyssal sword demons trapped in the sword formation were all killed. Whoosh! Red Sword Dance walked out of the sword formation and quickly entered the Chaos Origin Killing formation. The Chaos Origin Killing formation was slightly stronger than the Chaos Origin Sword formation. There were many mutated abyssal sword demons trapped in the Chaos Origin Killing formation, but they couldn't break the formation. This was the first time Fang Chen saw Red Sword Dance go berserk. Her sword technique was too powerful. Every move contained a dense sword Dao aura, which shocked Fang Chen. An hour later, Red Sword walked out of the Chaos Origin Killing formation. The Little Mouse also came out, and he was very tired. Using the Engulf God ability at such a high intensity had taken a toll on his body. Voila! Hundreds of mutated abyssal sword demons were all killed. Fang Chen removed the 2 formations, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. With a smile on her face, Jian Wuhong walked up to Fang Chen and said, "Thank you." At this moment, the way Red Sword Dance looked at Fang Chen had changed greatly. The reason why she brought Fang Chen into the Sword Heart Mystic Realm was because of the deal. She didn't have any personal feelings. Moreover, Red Sword Dance had always thought that although Fang Chen had good potential, there was still a gap between them. After bringing him into the Sword Heart Mystic Realm, she let Fang Chen fend for himself. She didn't expect that in just a few months, Fang Chen's strength had increased so much. It gave her a very shocking feeling. At this moment, Red Sword Dance thought of a saying. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This was what she thought. Before this, if someone had told her that Fang Chen would save her life, she would never have believed it even if she was beaten to death. But now, the truth was in front of her. If it wasn't for Fang Chen's two powerful formations, she definitely wouldn't have been able to kill these mutated abyssal sword demons. Thinking of this, Red Sword Dance turned to look at the little mouse. Red Sword Dance had seen the little mouse before, and she thought it was just Fang Chen's spirit pet. Who would have thought that a palm-sized mouse would have such a heaven-defying talent? Red Sword Dance lightly shook her head. This man and mouse were simply monsters. I didn't do much, Fang Chen said with a chuckle. If it wasn't for Red Sword Dance bringing him here, how could he have such a harvest? After saying this, he walked in front of the mutated abyssal sword demon's corpses. He stretched out his finger and pointed at one of the swords. You don't have any objections to giving these swords to me, right? Red Sword Dance shook her head. She knew that Fang Chen wanted these swords to fuse with the sword formation. After getting Red Sword Dance's agreement, Fang Chen quickly put away the swords. There were a total of 100 mutated swords, and they were much stronger than normal swords. The two weren't even on the same level. According to Fang Chen's estimation, one mutated sword was equivalent to 100 normal swords. Of course, this was referring to the increase in power when fused with the sword formation. I didn't expect you to be a formation genius. Red Sword Dance looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. As the third strongest person on the Tianhua list, she was a peerless genius. Moreover, she had seen many geniuses. The reason why they were called geniuses was because they specialized in a certain aspect and stood out. But Fang Chen was different. His talent in swordsmanship had already been recognized. And now, even his formation talent was so heaven-defying. Hee. Hearing this, Fang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Then he changed the topic and asked, "Why were you chased by over 100 mutated abyssal sword demons?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Red Sword Dance's expression became serious. Then she said, "I found a relic in the Sword Heart secret realm. I wanted to explore it, but I didn't expect to encounter mutated abyssal sword demons at the outermost area." Fang Chen also knew what happened next. Relic. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. What kind of relic was it that there were mutated abyssal sword demons guarding the outermost area? Where is the relic? Little Mouse asked. Red Sword Dance thought for a moment and looked at Fang Chen. She said seriously, "With our strength, it will be dangerous for us to go to the relic." But what? If you can fuse your mutated swords into the sword formation and increase its power, we might have a chance, Red Sword Dance continued. "I need time," Fang Chen said. "Okay, I'll protect you." In a few words, they reached a unanimous decision. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Little Mouse and Red Sword Dance stood on either side of Fang Chen to protect him. Voila! The Chaos Origin sword formation appeared. Fang Chen sat in the sword formation. Within the sword formation, 500 swords appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen reached out and grabbed 100 swords, putting them into his interspatial ring. Then he took out a mutated sword and began to fuse it. It was the same method as before, but the speed of fusing the mutated swords was much slower. It took 7 days for the first mutated sword to be completely fused. After the first experience, the following steps were much easier. Second sword, third sword. When the fifth sword was completely fused, Fang Chen finally stopped. "Okay, it's done," Red Sword Dance said. Fang Chen shook his head. "I'll try again and see if I can fuse the sixth sword." Just as Fang Chen had guessed, one mutated sword was equivalent to 100 normal swords. So, he only replaced the 500 normal swords with 5 mutated swords. Then, Fang Chen began to study the formation and tried to fuse the sixth sword. Red Sword Dance, who was protecting Fang Chen, became more and more curious about Fang Chen. "Where are you and him from?" Red Sword Dance looked at Little Mouse and asked. "Strictly speaking, we're from Scar Island," Little Mouse said. Scar Island. Red Sword Dance had never heard of it. There were 72 islands under the old Hua Islands. She couldn't know all of them. "It's just a small island." Little Mouse shrugged and smiled. Red Sword Dance didn't ask any more questions. But she was still mumbling to herself. With Fang Chen's current strength, he can easily enter the top 30 of the Tianhua list. In fact, Red Sword Dance had underestimated Fang Chen. Even if he didn't use the sword formation, he could easily defeat the top 30 martial artists. If he used his full strength, he could easily enter the top 10. On the 7th day of studying the sword formation, Fang Chen was ecstatic. Because he accidentally discovered a secret of the sword formation. After studying this secret, fusing the mutated swords became extremely easy. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen laughed maniacally as he sped up the fusion process. In just a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen had merged 5 battle swords. Now, there were 10 mutated swords in the sword formation. This was Fang Chen's limit. He couldn't fuse anymore. Fang Chen didn't force it. He gave up and opened his eyes. How is it? Red Sword Dance asked. Fang Chen grinned and nodded. If that's the case, let's go. With that, Red Sword Dance left. Fang Chen and Little Mouse looked at each other and followed. In the process of studying the formation, Fang Chen's formation skills became stronger and stronger. If Bai Wuzong knew about this, he would be shocked. Fang Chen's formation skills weren't any weaker than his. Chapter 1355. The Sword Heart Secret Realm, in front of a mountain valley. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong stood side by side, looking at the mountain valley in front of them in shock. This mountain valley was very special. There was a powerful restriction at the entrance of the mountain valley. Smoke filled the air, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. But the most shocking thing was that the sky above the mountain valley was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. From time to time, lightning would strike the mountain valley. This scene was truly spectacular. Is this the ruin you discovered? Asked Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong nodded. Once we enter the mountain valley, we'll be attacked by mutated abyssal sword demons. We have to think of a way to go around this area and explore inside, said Jian Wuhong. Come to think of it, this should be the place where an expert of the Tao of Thunder died, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The lightning aura here was too strong. Back when Fang Chen underwent the true martial realm's lightning tribulation and triggered the 12th layered tribulation, it wasn't as oppressive as this. Do you have a way? Asked Jian Wuhong. I want to go in and take a look, said Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong glanced at Fang Chen and nodded. Fang Chen entered the mountain valley alone. Following this, a series of beastly roars could be heard. In an instant, a large number of mutated abyssal sword demons charged over. Crash. Fang Chen used the space-time true intent to accelerate time and activate spatial rend. His body hid in the void, dodging the attacks of the mutated abyssal sword demons and easily bypassing this danger. While hidden in the void, Fang Chen looked around. There were only mutated abyssal sword demons in the outer area. Boom. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a thick lightning snake struck his body. Fang Chen almost cried out in pain. The lightning snake hit his body and instantly dissipated. The power of lightning attached to the surface of his skin and corroded his body. However, with the protection of his perfect sword body, there was nothing to fear. Jian Wuhong and the little mouse waited outside. Before long, Fang Chen returned. What's the situation inside? Jian Wuhong asked anxiously. I can take you around the outer perimeter, avoid the attacks of the mutated abyssal sword demon, and enter the inner perimeter. However, there are terrifying lightning serpents attacking from the inside. Can your body withstand them? Asked Fang Chen. No problem, Jian Wuhong said without hesitation. Since that's the case, let's go. Fang Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to grab Jian Wuhong's arm. Seeing this, Jian Wuhong couldn't help but dodge. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen felt a little awkward. He chuckled and said, I have a space-related true meaning. I can only bring you in if I pull you. Hearing Fang Chen's explanation, Jian Wuhong's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and walked to Fang Chen's side. In Jian Wuhong's heart, there was only cultivation and nothing else. In all these years, she had never been touched by a member of the opposite sex. When Fang Chen grabbed her arm, she actually felt a little shy. Fang Chen was stunned. The usually aloof and cold goddess, the third strongest expert on the Tianhua ranking, and the #1 beauty of the old Hua Islands, was actually shy. He really couldn't understand. "What are you looking at?" Jian Wuhong said unhappily. Fang Chen pulled Jian Wuhong into the valley. "Boss, wait for me," Little Mouse called out from behind. Fang Chen ignored Little Mouse. He knew the latter's ability. Although he couldn't defeat the mutated abyssal sword demon, it would be easy for him to pass through. "Boss, you're forgetting your friends over women," Little Mouse said indignantly. As soon as they entered the valley, everything was blurry. Roar! The mutated abyssal sword demon rushed over. Jian Wuhong was just about to attack when she felt the world spin. Her body disappeared into the void. Then she opened her eyes wide and looked around. Fang Chen led Xiao Chen through the void in a relaxed manner, moving quickly. The mutated abyssal sword demons below were like headless flies, searching for him. This is a space-type true meaning. Jian Wuhong was shocked. The way she looked at Fang Chen became even more serious. She thought she knew Fang Chen well enough. She didn't expect him to hide so much. Jian Wuhong had a high-level true meaning and had some understanding of space-type true meanings. However, the true intent that Fang Chen was displaying was something that she had never seen or heard of before. Moreover, this true meaning aura wasn't as simple as a high-level true meaning. Thinking of this, a word appeared in Jian Wuhong's mind. Supreme-level true meaning. Jian Wuhong's heart was in turmoil. Supreme-level true meaning? In the entire old Hua Islands, there weren't many supreme-level true meanings. This, Jian Wuhong's shock had reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen appeared from the void and landed in the inner area. "I came around," Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, a lightning snake hit her body. Caught off guard, Jian Wuhong's red clothes were torn apart by the lightning snake. "Ah!" Jian Wuhong screamed as she hugged her chest and hurriedly turned around. "Close your eyes." Jian Wuhong's face was red. She was very shy and pouted. Fang Chen was a bit embarrassed. He was dumbfounded and turned around. He also didn't expect the lightning snake to tear Jian Wuhong's clothes. After a while, Jian Wuhong changed her clothes. At this time, Fang Chen turned around. Jian Wuhong was very embarrassed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Fang Chen. She didn't know if he saw it just now. For a moment, Jian Wuhong was very distressed. "Be careful of the lightning snake," Fang Chen reminded. Hearing this, a layer of red light appeared around Jian Wuhong's body. "What is this?" Fang Chen was a bit curious. The lightning snake couldn't destroy the red light, which shocked Fang Chen. The two quickly moved around the inner area, allowing the lightning snake to attack. After an incense stick's worth of time, the lightning snake stopped attacking. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong came to the depths of the valley. Here, there was smoke and there were many lightning spirits completely condensed from lightning energy. "These are lightning spirits," Jian Wuhong exclaimed. Thunder Soul was something that only existed in legends. It was said that only when one reached a very high level in the lightning Tao could they condense a lightning spirit. And now, there were no less than 30 lightning spirits in this valley. These lightning spirits had intelligence and seemed to be guarding the blue altar in the depths of the valley. Rumble. The arrival of Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong aroused the anger of the lightning spirits. Rumbling sounds came from their bodies, as if they were trying to expel Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong. "Hey, it's a bit familiar." Fang Chen looked at the 30 lightning spirits in surprise. He vaguely felt that he had felt this familiar lightning Tao aura somewhere before. "Lightning spirits are very strong, retreat," Jian Wuhong said without hesitation and prepared to retreat. However, it was too late. Rumble. More than 30 lightning spirits surrounded Fang Chen. "Fang Chen!" Jian Wuhong shouted and stopped. She held her sword and prepared to save Fang Chen. "Don't come over." Fang Chen stopped Jian Wuhong. At this moment, a miracle happened. More than 30 lightning spirits closed in on Fang Chen. They stretched out their lightning palms and placed them on Fang Chen's body. They were not hostile to Fang Chen. This, Jian Wuhong was shocked. And Fang Chen, who was surrounded in the middle of the lightning spirits, was even more shocked. Because when the lightning spirits put their hands on him, he already knew. Why did he feel a familiar aura? Blue Thunder Emperor. Back in the Star Relic, one of the 3 corpses under the Ice Mountain. Blue Thunder Emperor, Wind Master of the 9 Heavens, and Chaos Essence Demon Master. The 3 peerless experts had pointed out a path for Fang Chen, allowing him to reap great benefits. However, a few years later, he came to the place of inheritance left behind by Blue Thunder Emperor. Is this karma? Fang Chen was shocked. Did Blue Thunder Emperor come here before? Did he leave his inheritance here? Were the Thunder Spirits guarding the inheritance left behind by the Azure Thunder Emperor? Fang Chen tried his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the 30+ Thunder Spirits. These lightning spirits put their hands on Fang Chen's body and felt the aura of Blue Thunder Emperor. They became excited. Then, more than 30 lightning spirits intimately approached Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong was shocked when she saw this scene. Is this why he can control lightning spirits? Jian Wuhong cried out. Lightning spirits were formed by experts of the Tao of Lightning using extraordinary means. Their attack power was very strong. Even she didn't dare to fight and could only keep a distance. She didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to do this. Buzz, the lightning spirits seemed to be transmitting information. Fang Chen vaguely heard some voices. You have Master's aura. Have you seen Master? Do you know where Master went? The lightning spirits had intelligence and had been guarding Blue Thunder Emperor's inheritance. It wasn't easy to meet a cultivator with Blue Thunder Emperor's aura, so they naturally wouldn't hurt him. I once saw Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse in a ruin. At that time, he was already dead. He only left behind a sentence for those who came after him. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the lightning spirits cried. They seemed to be very sad. Fang Chen couldn't do anything about it. After a long time, the lightning spirits stopped crying. More than 30 lightning spirits opened up a path for Fang Chen. One of the lightning spirits made an inviting gesture. Are you asking me to accept Blue Thunder Emperor's inheritance? Fang Chen asked. The lightning spirit nodded. Fang Chen was about to walk forward when Jian Wuhong stopped him. Fang Chen, be careful. Jian Wuhong reminded. She didn't know who Blue Thunder Emperor was, nor did she know what relationship Fang Chen had with this expert. However, the sudden change still made her a little vigilant. This inheritance was left behind by Blue Thunder Emperor. A few years ago, I once saw Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse in a powerful ruin. Maybe I came into contact with Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse, so I have his aura on me. These lightning spirits recognized Blue Thunder Emperor's aura. Fang Chen explained to Jian Wuhong. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong was finally relieved. At the same time, she was full of admiration for Fang Chen. Even this was possible. A few years ago, he saw the corpse of an expert, and a few years later, he actually encountered this expert's inheritance. Chapter 1356. The lightning spirits let them pass. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Then, under the protection of more than 30 lightning spirits, he arrived in front of the green altar. Seeing Fang Chen stop, the lightning spirit seemed to say something, allowing Fang Chen to step onto the green altar. Fang Chen turned his head to look at Jian Wuhong, who was standing in the distance. The latter's face was calm, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Can I take her with me onto the altar? Fang Chen asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 30 lightning spirits gathered together and discussed with each other. After a while, they made a decision. One of the lightning spirits nodded at Fang Chen, and then led the other lightning spirits to the side. Let's go, Fang Chen said to Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong was also stunned when she heard this. She did not expect that Fang Chen would be able to resist the temptation of such an almighty's inheritance and bring her along to accept the inheritance. She knew very well what it meant to step onto the green altar. She looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. At this moment, her attitude towards Fang Chen had changed greatly. She felt that she didn't understand Fang Chen at all, and she needed to reevaluate him. You're willing to share with me? Jian Wuhong asked in surprise. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have found this place. The inheritance of the Azure Lightning Emperor isn't something that just anyone can accept. Let's both give it a try. Fang Chen smiled. Jian Wuhong nodded, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Then, she walked to Fang Chen's side. Following behind Fang Chen, she stepped onto the green altar. At this moment, Jian Wuhong felt a slight ripple in her heart. She didn't know what this feeling was. The green altar wasn't too big, and it could only hold 2 people. When Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong stood on the green altar, there was a buzz, and the green altar shook. Soon after, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. When you see me, it means that I've already fallen. The fact that you're here means that you're fated with me, the Azure Lightning Emperor. To think that I, the Azure Lightning Emperor, had dominated the world for my entire life, but in the end, I perished there. Fang Chen knew that the place the Blue Thunder Emperor was referring to was the astral relic. My life's legacy is here. However, I have a small request. If you accept my inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of mine. In the future, when you have the strength, can you retrieve my body and bury it? The phantom of the Blue Thunder Emperor dissipated after saying this. Fang Chen was lost in thought. He recalled the words the Blue Thunder Emperor had left under the ice. Even though he knew that the road ahead was dangerous, he still pressed forward. In order to reach the peak of martial arts, he was fearless. Fang Chen was very impressed by the Azure Thunder Emperor. He bowed deeply to the void. Then, a stone tablet appeared on the cyan altar. The stone tablet contained the inheritance of the Azure Thunder Emperor. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong looked at each other and then sat opposite each other. Let's begin. Fang Chen closed his eyes after saying this. His primordial spirit left his body and entered the stone tablet. Immediately, the aura of lightning rushed over. There were a total of 3 legacies left behind by the Azure Thunder Emperor. The first was a lightning Dao technique. This was also the technique that the Azure Thunder Emperor was most proud of. It was called the Lightning Tome. The second was the Lightning Spirit Condensation Technique. As for the third, it was a nameless sword art. According to the Azure Thunder Emperor's last words, this nameless sword art was very powerful. However, due to some reason, he had not succeeded in cultivating it even after spending his entire life. Fang Chen was also attracted by the nameless sword art. The nameless sword art did not have any chance, only a vague aura of sword Dao. When Fang Chen's primordial spirit came into contact with the vague aura of sword Dao, his heart trembled. The aura of sword Dao was rejecting him. Dong. The golden heart beat rapidly and a clear stream flowed into his primordial spirit. At the same time, the vague aura of sword Dao no longer rejected Fang Chen. Under Fang Chen's guidance, the vague aura of sword Dao actually followed Fang Chen's primordial spirit into his mind. Seeing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The nameless sword art was in this vague aura of sword Dao. Although he could not comprehend it for the time being, he would definitely be able to find the nameless sword art if he studied it carefully in the future. After absorbing the vague aura of sword Dao, Fang Chen turned back to comprehend the other 2 legacies. However, he was disappointed. The Azure Thunder Emperor's Lightning Dao inheritance was not suitable for him. In the end, Fang Chen could only give up. However, he still remembered the Lightning Spirit Condensation Technique. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. On the other hand, Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes were closed and her expression kept changing. It was as if she was accepting the inheritance. Fang Chen stood up and looked at the lightning spirits below. More than 30 lightning spirits looked at Fang Chen in unison. Buzz! One of the lightning spirits suddenly moved. The other thunder spirits instantly turned into resplendent lightning and fused together, forming a palm-sized lightning halo. Whoosh! The lightning halo went into Fang Chen's mind. At the same time, the vague aura of sword Dao moved into the lightning halo and stayed in Fang Chen's primordial spirit forever. Fang Chen was shocked. Did the Azure Thunder Emperor arrange this in advance? More than 30 lightning spirits guarding the vague aura of sword Dao? Although Fang Chen was very confused, he suppressed his curiosity. He stood at the side, quietly waiting for the red sword dance. Boss, how is it? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Outside the old Hua Islands. After a period of searching, the Luo clan and the Spirit clan had almost given up. They had searched the entire old Hua Islands and carried out a carpet search, but there was no news of the primordial demon sword. Even the members of the Yuan race had searched the islands near the old Hua Islands, but to no avail. Many of the Luo clan and the Spirit clan had returned to their sacred grounds. A few of them stayed behind to keep an eye on the Yuan clan. The primordial demon sword was the most precious treasure of the Yuan clan. They would not give it up. This was the first time they had felt the primordial demon sword vibrate. They had to find it even if they had to destroy the old Hua Islands. The Yuan clan was still searching frantically. Any news? In a courtyard in the Old East Alliance, the Yuan clan elder asked. No. Elder, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's no news at all. The faces of the Yuan race members were filled with helplessness. The Yuan clan elder thought for a moment and said, inform the master of the old Hua Islands that we will search all the secret lands on the old Hua Islands. Elder, it will cost a lot of manpower and resources. Before this person could finish, he was stopped by a look from the Yuan race elder. The primordial demon sword is worth the effort, the Yuan clan elder said. Yes, elder. I'll do it right away. The Yuan clan began the next wave of madness. In the Luo clan's resting area in the Old East Alliance. Luo Lioli stood quietly in the garden in a tight suit. There was no expression on her face. She had used the opportunity of searching for the primordial demon's sword to ask about Fang Chen's whereabouts. I wonder if the Fang Chen who entered the Sword Heart realm is my son, Luo Lioli thought to herself. However, she didn't have much hope. According to the leader of the Sword Dao sect in the Old East Alliance, Fang Chen was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the old Hua Islands. It was unlikely that her son could reach that level. Sigh, whatever. Luo Lioli shook her head and left. The Yuan clan had asked her to return as soon as possible. After waiting for so long, Luo Lioli returned to the Luo clan's sacred ground. 3 days later, on the blue altar, Jian Wuhong opened her eyes and found Fang Chen staring at her. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. What are you looking at? Jian Wuhong pouted. Did you accept the inheritance? Fang Chen hurriedly changed the topic. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong calmed herself down and stood up. I've accepted the Azure Lightning Emperor's Dao of Lightning inheritance. What about you? Jian Wuhong asked. Fang Chen shook his head and shrugged. The Blue Lightning Emperor's Lightning Dao inheritance isn't suitable for me. Jian Wuhong paused and felt embarrassed. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, the Thunder Spirit wouldn't have let her go. But now, she had accepted the inheritance, while Fang Chen had gotten nothing. You don't have to be like this. The Blue Lightning Emperor's inheritance is meant for those who are fated to obtain it. Besides, my gains aren't any worse than yours, Fang Chen said with a smile. Jian Wuhong knew that Fang Chen was comforting her. Her eyes flickered and she looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. Since you've accepted the inheritance, can we leave now? Fang Chen asked. Jian Wuhong nodded. The two of them walked side by side with the little mouse following behind them. Boss, you're such a shameless bastard, said the little mouse angrily. What he got in response was Fang Chen's iron fist. The path back was unobstructed. However, when they reached the outer regions, they were still blocked by the mutated abyssal sword demons. Fang Chen grabbed Jian Wuhong's arm and used the space-time true meaning to leave the valley. This time, Jian Wuhong didn't resist, but her face became even redder. When Fang Chen grabbed her arm, her heart was pounding. Furthermore, there was a strange feeling in her heart. Siaok Pavilion, what's wrong with me? Could it be that I've fallen in love with him? Jian Wuhong asked herself. But she quickly shook her head and denied that thought. All right, we're out. Fang Chen let go of Jian Wuhong's arm. Jian Wuhong raised her head and looked at Fang Chen, a myriad of thoughts running through her mind. What do we do now? Do we continue in the Sword Heart secret realm or go back? Asked Fang Chen.